follow. Remember, he wasn't around for 16 years.
Morning, just a sound check for everybody joining. Good seeing all the people joining in. We're just admitting a lot of colleagues into the session. So we'll be with you in a few minutes' time. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the session, 1st of September, 2022. It's great seeing everybody. I've been looking forward to this event for quite some time. We've got a great lineup of very competent panelists. And we would like to, just to do a little bit housekeeping. I think all of you are getting used to the Zoom platform nowadays, but just for those of you maybe don't know yet, you will see at the bottom of your screen, there's a participants box where you can click on participants, and then you should be able to see who's on the call, and you can see yourself as well. You can mouse over your own name. If need be, you can change your name. Sometimes the device name is displaying, so you can change your name. Also, please keep yourselves on mute as we go along. We will appreciate that. Should you accidentally unmute yourself, it's my job here to mute again. Otherwise, we get too much background noises. When we do the questions and answers at the end of the event, then we'll give you opportunity to unmute and voice your question. So, yeah. Then you will see at the bottom of the screen, there's a chat room. So the chat room, or you can click on more and chat room depending on the layout of your screen. The chat room, you're welcome to greet each other, do some networking there, and share some contact details. You're most welcome to do it. Please keep the discussions related to the topic of our event today. We really appreciate that. And then, ladies and gents, should something go wrong, you should keep an eye on your inbox. Then we'll send you a link to join the session again, should something go wrong. Yes, so I would like to share my screen, and let's just recap on our program for today. And we're still admitting a lot of people into the session. So bear with me, I'm all the time admitting more people. All right, so today, 1st of September 2022, we're talking airports, operators, and associates, the way forward. And you can see the lineup. We've got, we proudly being hosted by University of Johannesburg Institute of Transport and Logistics Studies. It's also related to the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management of University of Johannesburg, and they are proud host today. Thank you very much, UJ, for your kind support. And then you will see we've got Roger Foster of the SA Airlines CEO. We've got Mr. George Modema. He's the CEO of the Board of Airline Representatives of Africa. We've got Mr. Aaron Netzi, the CEO of the Airlines Association of South Africa. And after their presentations, we'll take a comfort break. And then the second half of our event, we will have Mr. Trevor Tiegler, he's the GM at Lanseria International Airport. We'll have Mr. Charles Shilova, as a Group Executive Strategy and Sustainability of AXA. And then, last but not least, we will have Mr. Chris Berger, Non-Executive Director, African Air Traffic Navigation Systems, and he's also a Senior Researcher at the CSIR. So we've been looking forward to this lineup for quite some time. So at the end of the event, we'll then have questions and answers. So we're not going to encourage questions and answers during the presentation, so that we can manage our time quite well. And hopefully many of our presenters and panelists will still be available during the questions and answers session. All right, so that is our program. Now, obviously, ladies and gents, everything that we do at the Transport Forum or public participation, is free of charge. So watch your attendance as well as the related content, presentations, and so on we upload to the web. All of that are for free. So we have valued sponsors and associates of the Transport Forum making this possible. And we would like to give recognition to our associates and sponsors, but we're also having a little bit fun here. And that is that two of you can be the lucky winners of this prize. Two prizes like this. It's an Aerolux LED rechargeable little lamp. And two of you will be able to win this prize. And what we're going to do is we're going to tell you more about our sponsors and our alliance partners. And then at the end of that sharing, we're going to ask questions about them, 2 questions in other words. And those who answer the question correct will be the winner of the prize, and we'll use the chat room to do that. So it's lots of fun. So listen carefully when I share the information with you, because you might listen and hear the answer to a question to be asked. So let's have a look. The Transport Forum has got formal associates that actually making the Transport Forum possible, very much from a content perspective as well. They advise and mentor myself very much in terms of putting these events together. And I really appreciate the involvement. And let's have a look at them. So we've got the South African Express Parcel Association. I don't know if Gary wants to say a few words about the SAPA.
Good morning, Gary. Thank you, and good morning to everybody. I think it's an exciting agenda that you've got lined up. And, from a career perspective, we all interact with all of the players that are represented on your panel today. So, and you've got some speakers like Roger, who's probably the most respected man in the aviation industry in South Africa. So, really exciting panel. So, thank you for that, and good luck to everybody.
Thank you, Gary. Really appreciate your support and guidance and mentorship. I really appreciate that. Also, thanks to Roy Solomons of Birthday Cargo, also advised a lot in terms of putting together this program for today. So thank you, SAPA, the representative body and voice of the express delivery industry in South Africa. Right, then we've got the Road Freight Association. Gavin.
Good morning, Harry, and good morning to everyone who's linked up today. And Harry, once again, thank you for the honor of being able to be linked with you. I think you've got a very, very good platform. And again, this morning, seeing what the topic is and who the speakers are really, really gives credence to how important your forum is and the important message it's putting out there. Well, that's me polishing your marble. The Road Freight Association, just like Gary says, is linked in with airports and ports and everyone else inextricably. We try and move freight around as best possible. And the RFA is the association, the largest employer association in the country that plays in that space. And obviously the RFA tries to ensure that whatever happens in the road freight space is both of a sustainable nature for our members and the industry at large, and that standards and safety and all those good things are indeed the criteria that the department uses to issue operating licenses. There are very, very, very competent ladies from the RFA, from the membership and marketing team who are on this chat. So if you'd like to chat to them about the RFA, please do that. Gloria and Aileen and Sisley are their names. You can find them somewhere in the list. Harry, once again, good luck to everyone presenting, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Gavin, also for the kind words. Surely RFA is adding lots of value to this transport forum and to the industry as a whole. So Gavin, thank you very much for your kind support. We really appreciate that. All right, ARIA, African Road Industry Association. What I usually do is I give a few seconds, should somebody of this organization want to say a few words. They're also welcome to interrupt me, otherwise I just continue. So the African Road Industry Association is a preeminent body in South Africa representing players in the railway industry. We're doing lots of work. You can see that they say the mission is to advocate for the rail industry and third-party access to the country's railway network. So important what they're doing. Thank you very much, Marcela and Flapo and her team for what they're doing. South African Bus Operators Association, somebody from there. The bus and coach industry played a vital role in the social and economic development of our country. It was formed in 1980 by 5 leading bus companies. Today, Saboa represents about 70% of the public transport bus and coach fleet. They also had the AGM yesterday through the Transport Forum. Thank you, Basil Governor and team, for your support. South African Association of Freight Forwarders, somebody from them. So their members make a major contribution to facilitating trade within South Africa. So their member companies manage over 80% of South Africa's international trade. Obviously, ladies and gents, all these bodies are very important role players in terms of advocating and lobbying for the members. And it's really important you guys become members of these organizations. So thank you as well, Dr. Genita Maria and that team for supporting the Transport Forum. Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, South Africa, the leading international professional body for everyone who works within supply chain logistics and transport. Thank you very much. SOTSA. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our proud media partners, being associated with the Transport Forum. Obviously, there are many others as well, but these are in a formal agreement with the Transport Forum, and I would like to share some more information on them. Freight News, somebody from Freight News? I'm doing the work again here. Established, innovative, effective media. They're part of, founded in 1953 by John Marsh and continued to be run as a family business by Dave and Anton up to the third generation. So it's all about imports and exports, logistics news. Very important that you subscribe to this Freight News. Railways Africa magazine, African continent specialist trade, technical business to business online publication covering all aspects of the rail sector, all about rail infrastructure and continent-wide. Thank you, Railways Africa, for the convening. Prima Media's engineering news. Ladies and gentlemen, they shared a video with us, the weekly update. So let me share this with you.
Hello and welcome to the roundup of this week's edition of the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, published on Friday, 2 September 2022. In this week's cover article, Engineering News and Mining Weekly Senior Deputy Editor Skulk Berger explains how blockchain is being used to build trust across value chains. Distributed ledger technologies such as blockchain, in which immutable copies of ledger entries are shared with all stakeholders, are being used to improve the speed at which members and whole supply chains can react to changes. The Engineering News features focus on gas, where a Virginia Gas Project's Phase 1 reaches completion, and food and beverage, where the Russia-Ukraine war is affecting the sector. The Mining Weekly features focus on energy solutions in mining, where a motor manufacturer is helping to reduce the load on the electricity grid. This week's business leader is Bilal Adam, Chief Executive at Rand Mutual Life Assurance. And as this week's cartoon shows, South Africa has the solar, wind and land resources to make it one of the most competitive electricity markets globally, as countries transition from fossil-based power systems to decarbonized structures. But the grid remains a key enabler, and the lack of network in key provinces poses difficulties. We hope you enjoy this week's edition of Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly. Be sure to subscribe to the magazine that offers you in-depth news about developments in the real economy by emailing subscriptions@engineeringnews.co.za. Happy reading and see you next time.
Thank you, Engineering News. This is great. So let's get back to our program again. Right, ladies and gents, let's have a look at our sponsors of the Transport Forum. First one I've got on the screen here is C-Track. C-Track is our platinum sponsor. They are the leading global software as a service SaaS and a big data company for vehicle tracking, fleet management, and insurance telematics solutions. I don't know if there's somebody from C-Track want to say a few words, perhaps. So look at our platinum sponsor. The operation spans 6 continents, in over 55 countries. With over 30 years experience, we have been keeping mobile assets of consumers, small and mid-sized businesses, and large enterprises always visible. That's so important to be always visible today. It's resulting in vehicle security, safer driving, and more efficient fleet operations. Thank you very much, C-Track, for your sponsorship. We really appreciate that. They've actually, excuse me, they've actually been part of the Transport Forum since the very start, inception more than 15 years ago. Department of Transport Supply Chain Management is our host for today. I think Prof. Rose Luke will tell you a little bit more about them just now when she does the opening address. They've actually also been part of this Transport Forum since the start. Prof. Rose, Prof. Jackie Walters, Prof. Nalin Pisa, all of them been mentoring me quite a lot over these years, and we really appreciate their gold sponsorship. So the excellent qualification to provide scarce skills and facilitate career development in important industries. So on behalf of the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management, we encourage you to travel smart and plan your journey with us. So it's UJ. Thank you very much, UJ. So here's a new kid on the blocks, ladies and gents. This is Pegasus. Pegasus joined as from today the Transport Forum as a gold sponsor. And they say they are a multidisciplinary strategic management consulting group. They assist their clients in designing strategies, developing structures, establishing institutions, and financing the systems tasked with delivering and managing infrastructure and natural resources. Thank you very much, Pegasus. We're so proud to have you on board the Transport Forum. Unitron Supply Chain Solutions. Somebody perhaps on Unitrons. Innovation expertise delivered. So it's a leading provider of integrated transportation, warehousing, and supply chain-based services to customers with a variety of needs, offering bespoke value propositions in each segment. Thank you very much, Unitrons, for your gold sponsorship. We've got Bid Air Cargo. Somebody from Bid Air Cargo, perhaps? The Bid Air Cargo fulfills the needs of the express cargo industry for daytime and overnight cargo capacity across a comprehensive southern and East African footprint. So Bid Air Cargo clearly is a leading cargo airline providing express airport-to-airport solutions and related services to the courier and express logistics industry. Thank you, Bid Air Cargo, for your gold sponsorship. Global Trade Solution. They offer customs connected consulting services. So user-friendly, crowd-based international trade and supply chain solution that incorporates the core requirements to manage all activities around the international supply chain. Thank you very much, GTS, Global Trade Solution. Here we've got Ticket Pro Travel. They've got a great solution for your corporate travel needs. It's an online booking tool, ladies and gents, and it's protection, business garden, and cutting-edge innovation built into one tool. So surely you should visit ticketprotravel.co.za for your corporate travel bookings. And it's making life much easier and much safer and protected. Thank you, Ticket Pro Travel, for your gold sponsorship. From the same mother company, we've got AFC Solution Ticket Pro Smart Tap. So the Smart Tap system includes key features like comprehensive route management, flexible passenger payment methods, flexible route and fare product setup, shift and dispatch management, cashier system, inspection tools, and comprehensive management information systems reports. Thank you, Smart Tap. JC Auditors, somebody from JC Auditors. Excuse me, it's all about certification, compliance in one solution. They are SANA's accredited certification body providing internationally recognized certifications. So compliance is so important. You can see compliance they're working on it at the bottom of the screens, and they definitely come into contact for your compliance needs. Zutari. somebody from Zutari perhaps to say a few words. Zutari is a consulting engineering group. They've been gold sponsor of the Transport Forum from the Oricon days, actually, and still supporting the Transport Forum today. We're very proud to have them on board with their consulting knowledge and guidance. Definitely, should you need consultant engineers, Zutari is the group to contact. And obviously, for all our sponsors, you get the links on the Transport Forum website to get all of these people. Thank you very much, Zutari, for your excellent support. Standard Bank, well, it's now over 159 years of experience, and they believe that dreams matter and that together they can make them a reality. So here we've got Kathy Bell also from Standard Bank. They've been supporting the Transport Forum also for many years, and we really appreciate the good work they are doing. Also very involved in the RTMS together with JC auditors, all about compliance and self-regulation on the roads. So thank you very much, Standard Bank. Cuba, somebody from Cuba? So they're part of the ICA Mobility Group, which enables public and private transport to move into the digital era with journey planning, smart ticketing, streamlining electronic payment, shaping the digital transformation of the mobility sector. Thank you, Cuba, for your sponsorship. Easy Clear, somebody from Easy Clear. They're a leading software provider for the customs and clearing industry. So they've got software solutions for customs clearing, freight forwarding, and logistic providers covering air, sea, road, and rail. Thank you, Easy Clear. We've got the Bunya Capital, one of our BEE initiatives. Lucilia Majola is the CEO of the Bunya Capital, very much stood up in bespoke taxi industry insights, integrated public transport network advisory, and thought leadership in public transport. So surely you should contact the Bunya should you be in need for this guidance. So hopefully you've been listening carefully, because we're going to ask a few questions now. I want to give a hand to our sponsors for making the Transport Forum possible, and we really appreciate their support. So two of you can now be the lucky winners of a light like this. And those are our sponsors. Excuse me. So you can now keep an eye on your chat room. And the chat room, let me also get my screen sorted. All right, ladies and gents. So the first person who answers the question correct in the chat room will be the winner of the prize. So here comes the first question. Who joined the Transport Forum from today as a gold sponsor? Who joined the Transport Forum from today as a gold sponsor? There we go. Tony, congratulations. You've won that one. We will contact you afterwards to get your delivery address. Thank you, Tony. Right, the next question. Which association is the representative body and voice of the express delivery industry in South Africa? There we go. Becky, congratulations. You've been the first one there. Congratulations, Becky. Congratulations to our winners. So it is Tony and Becky for being sharp this morning. I see there are many others coming through as well. But yeah, Tony and Becky will be in contact with you to get your delivery address. Thank you very much for that, and congratulations. Right, ladies and gents, just a reminder of the business directory. Also, the initiative of the Transport Forum being outsourced to Olga Mashilu from Boleng Bontle Consultant. You can take a picture of the screen to get the number. You'll be able then to ask Olga to get your company listed in this well-categorized business directory. Ladies and gents, it's only 450 rands per year. It's not money. And the feedback we get is these companies are getting lots of leads from this business directory. So contact Olga and she'll help you to get listed. So the presentations you see today, and obviously of the past 15 years, all of them have been uploaded to the Transport Forum's website, that one, transportseek.com. And what you should do to access the presentations is you should log in to the left of your screen when you're on the Transport Forum's website. You should log in. Once you've logged in, then you can access the presentations. I'll show you how now. If you're not got an account of the Transport Forum yet, you can create your own complimentary account by clicking on sign up under the user menu. Once you've done that and you've signed in, you can go to events on our website and click on downloads. Once you've done that, then you can enter, you see a little search engine. So the top field there, you can type a title or a person's surname or whatever, and you hit search, and it will give you all the presentations presented over the past 15 years related to your query. If you select category, you can select the event's date, and you hit search, and it will help you in all the presentations that specifically in. So all complimentary and a very, very powerful knowledge base of many years of presentations. All right, so that brings us back to our program for today. And we're going to kick off with our host, Professor Rose Luke from the Institute of Transport and Logistics Studies, also the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management of the University of Johannesburg. And she's going to do the official welcome as host for us. Thank you very much, Prof. Rose.
Thank you very much, Harry, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the University of Johannesburg's Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to you and thank you for joining us today. It is indeed an honor to be in the company of so many industry leaders from such a diverse range of disciplines. So I think today promises to be a most interesting day. The world as we know it changed during COVID, and even though we seem to be getting back to some form of normality, there is no doubt that the effects of the pandemic will have long-lasting effects on us, our economy and our lives. But I think there's also no doubt that the air transport industry has been one of the hardest hit industries and very heavily affected. Globally, we saw the entire airline sector grind to a halt in 2020, with some airlines never to restart again. We know this is a highly competitive industry and margins are often super thin, but not flying for an extended period was certainly the death knell for a lot of airlines. But it, of course, goes a lot further than that. The industry is a massive network of airlines, ground handling services, air traffic and navigation systems and services, a myriad of upstream and downstream suppliers and customers, and of course, related businesses such as airport retailers and tourism. So pre-pandemic, it was estimated that globally there were more than 100,000 flights carrying 12 million passengers and approximately $18 billion worth of cargo on a daily basis. And the industry was said to make up about 3.5% of the global GDP, which is significant, and support approximately 66 million jobs. So this in itself is some indication of the potential effect the suspension of the airline industry might have had on industry in general and the world at large. But by 2021, we found that overall passenger numbers were only back to about just under 50% of their 2019 figures, and international traveler numbers only at about 27% of the 2019 numbers. There are, of course, various estimates doing the round, but it's said that by 2024 figures, maybe 2025 figures should reach the pre-pandemic numbers, whereas growth should resume. but it's not very clear if it will be at the same rate as before. I think it should also be remembered that the airline industry has not just faced the pandemic, but continues to face significant international pressure in terms of environmental sustainability, with climate change also playing a considerable role in future decision making. Specifically looking at sustainability, perhaps we need to go beyond the environmental sustainability and consider the triple bottom line of the industry, not just thinking about how the industry will adapt to the continuously evolving environmental regulations, but quite simply, how will we become or remain sustainable from an economic perspective? Closer to home, I think South Africa has certainly seen a lot of upheaval in the past few years in the industry, not all of it entirely pandemic related. We've seen two of the major players go into business rescue, which has permanently changed the nature and structure of the domestic industry. On the back of this, we've seen players such as Safair and Airlink rise to new heights with growing routes and changes to operating structures and practices. Other airlines such as Lyft and Semair have also started to play small but significant roles. So nonetheless, the airline industry in South Africa will continue to face massive challenges. I think airports themselves have taken a major knock, as have all industries associated and affected by air transport. Passenger numbers have certainly not recovered. The lapse of air services councils and new appointments have undoubtedly had an effect. The development of competitive hubs such as Addis provide connectivity within the region, but also have an impact on the local industry. Airline input costs have increased enormously, specifically fuel, and that remains volatile and uncertain. Inflation remains a huge constraint to containing costs in the industry, which already has very thin margins. Rising ticket prices, I think, are a major concern, especially in a fragile and financially constrained market. Globally, freight movement has driven a lot of the recovery in the industry, and it would be interesting to know if the same is true or could be true in South Africa. We must also ask ourselves whether airports are able to recover in the midst of such industry upheavals. Then perhaps a little broader, we can look at whether the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and the single African air transport market will be able to achieve the level of air transport market deregulation, which we so need to spur growth on the continent and achieve what Yamoussoukro was hoping for. So there are many issues facing the markets, and times are indeed tough. We have a very exciting lineup of speakers today, and we look forward to their perspective on this very unique market and the issues that we're facing. But before hearing from them, let me just take a quick moment to thank Harry. This transport forum is of immeasurable value to our sector, and your tireless efforts in making this forum work are absolutely worth their weight in gold. And we're honored to be associated with it. So thank you very much, Harry, and thank you everyone for joining us today. And Harry, over to you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Rose, also for the kind words. You're obviously very humble. I can tell you how much she's guided me in life, including cycling, doing the Argus and so on. Thank you, Prof. Rose. Really appreciate it. And how should we state it? Thank you for sharing the concerning view of the industry, so setting the stage for a great event. And
thank you, Harry.
Thank you, Prof. Looking forward to having the event with you. All right, ladies and gents, here's our program. So our first presenter then is Mr. Roger Foster. He's the Chief Executive Officer of SA Airlink. And he's going to talk about how air access has changed across the region over the past few years. Thank you so much, Roger.
Thank you, Harry. If you'll just allow me to share my screen, please.
You're welcome.
Have we got that?
You can see it. You can just go to slide view, please.
Got it?
Just swap go to display settings and swap the presenter and slide it. At the top here, display settings. A little bit to your right. I think it's behind your screen. Maybe you can move that zoom screen at the top display panel, and then you can see the display settings behind it.
Move the Zoom screen.
Yeah, it's maybe saying at the top you're sharing your screen with us. So if you click on that and you drag it out of the way, then you should see your display settings.
Okay, got it. You're obviously an expert at this, Harry.
There we go.
Okay, is that good?
Right, great. Thank you, Roger.
Great. Well, thank you very much for having me, Harry, and good morning to everybody who's joined the forum for today. So here the topic is how air access has changed across the region over the past few years. And listening to Rose, I think that there was a lot of emphasis on COVID. And I'm going to talk about COVID, but COVID is not the theme. The theme is really, what's happened over the last several years, and but before I even get into that, I thought, let me just give you a quick introduction about Airlink, who we are, what we do. We're an organization, an airline established in 1992. Our origins really go back a bit earlier than that, to 1967. I've had the lucky privilege of being involved in the business since 1992, so for just over 30 years now. We're a private company. We've got a couple of institutional shareholders and some private shareholders, myself being one of them. We're a licensed airline as a Part 121. We're a Class 1 service provider, in other words, scheduled air services for passengers. We have an air services license, an international air services license, an air operating certificate with operations specifications. We're also a licensed maintenance organization, a licensed training organization. Fundamentally, we're a network airline system, and those that understand the industry would understand that there is a difference between airlines that operate mostly in a point-to-point environment and airlines that operate within a network system, which typically has a propensity for interlining and interconnecting in a single ticket, single contract itinerary environment. We're an IATA member, and to become an IATA member, one has to be IOSA, which is the IATA Operational Safety Audit Standard. We IOSA certified with compliance with EIOSA 8, which is the latest audit standard. As a network system airline, one of the elements that differentiates us from the point-to-point service providers is that you need to be in the global distribution system. That in itself is complicated. It starts off with IATA. In order to get into that environment, you need to have your airline inventory. Airline inventory is a seat on a flight for all flights in your system, for the system range, which is, and that's the booking system range, which is approximately a year into the future. It always works by weeks, so therefore it's not exactly a full 365-day year. It varies by weeks and how they lie. Our inventory features in Amadeus, which is one of the global computerized reservation systems, and the hosting system is called Altea, and that interlinks with all of the other reservation systems to form the IATA global distribution system. That's relevant because we can sell our tickets anywhere in the world from any travel agent that is IATA registered or other, and any airline that we have commercial relationships with. We operate a fleet of more than 55 airplanes now, mostly in the 37 to 98 seat gauge. We operate 45 destinations. We have 56 regional routes, domestically and regionally, in 13 African countries throughout SADC. We operate 75,000 scheduled flights per annum, offering about 89,000 seats per week. Our forecast for 2022 is we're going to carry 2.3 million customers, a bit more than that in the financial year 2023, which we've just started right now. And our turnover for 2022 is approximately 5 billion. That's just to our financial year end, which was yesterday. And our estimate for financial 23 is that it's going to be approximately 8 billion. We try and be responsibly profitable. Of course, COVID has interrupted profitability, but before that, we had 18 years of uninterrupted profit history. We've got a staff complement of nearly 1,800 employees at this stage. We try and be a good corporate citizen. I think everybody tries to be, but we do pay tax. A lot of corporate citizens don't, especially in the airline sector. But we're very proud to say that we have contributed to the fiscus systematically over many, many years. We also committed to transformation. It's very difficult in the airline industry to get lower than a level 4. We have been industry leading at that level, but we're comfortably at level 4 at the moment and wanting to improve over time. We are currently the most punctual airline in South Africa. We have been since 2020. That's not by our measure, that's independently measured by the Airports Company of South Africa. We're passionate about our customers. We're also passionate about the Airlink brand. We're united as a team of individuals. Our purpose is the provision of air access and connecting people at the end of the day. We have established an expansive network of destinations throughout Southern Africa. We run a comprehensive schedule of flights that are timed conveniently to suit our customers' needs. And our reputation includes that of exceptional service delivery, unmatchable reliability and extraordinary on-time performance, consistently above 95%, and we're very proud of that. We've been able to achieve as high as 98%, which is typically some airlines dispatch reliability, but we've been able to achieve that in a complex airline operational system. And on-time performance of 98+% is quite strange, quite extraordinary throughout the world. This is our route network. Just so that everybody can have a quick look at it. So it's comprehensive, it's expansive throughout the region, but importantly, whereas we were previously a component of a composite airline system, we have through a whole bunch of exogenous influencing elements, we've had to stand on our own 2 feet and develop ourselves as a comprehensive airline network system. And as a component of this composite previously, we only operated really to the smaller destinations, but because of these exogenous elements and also because of COVID, we have seen fit to ramp up our operation and tie the key cities within the region together between Johannesburg and Cape Town, Johannesburg and Durban, but also between Johannesburg and Harare comprehensively 4 times daily at the moment, Johannesburg and Windhoek 4 times daily, and so on. So we've developed this very comprehensive airline network system that in itself has had a lure for global partners, the likes of Emirates and Qatar and United and British Airways and Lufthansa. And in fact, many, I'm not going to mention them all by name, and I will deal a little bit more comprehensively with that a little bit later on in my presentation. So this is really where today is all about. I'm going to give a timeline overview. I'm going to talk about the period between 1995 and 2006, where South African Airways and its alliance, where there was this comprehensive airline network system comprising various components. We were a component of that composite. And then I'm going to talk about 2007 to 2010, the global branded alliances and South African Airways joining into that together with us. The 2010 year, the Soccer 2010 event, we saw that as a watershed event. And the reason why is something that we'll elaborate on in a few minutes. And then after 2010, the period 2010 to 2020, the airline failures and the subsidies that happened and how there was an eschewing of the industry And then I have a couple of charts talking about the relevance of Johannesburg as a hub and how its relevance has deteriorated relative to how people get access to the Southern African region. And then I'll just touch on some key themes. Deal first with the timeline overview. This might be a very busy slide, but if we go back to 1995, in 1995, South African Airways provided comprehensive air services in and out of Southern Africa, connecting the world to Southern Africa. So, for example, there were at least 2 points in North America, Miami at that point in time, and New York, and points in Europe included London, Paris, Frankfurt, Rome, and many others, Zurich, and so on. And they had the most comprehensive reach from Southern Africa to the world at the time. And we saw that there was an opportunity to participate in that prominence by developing a network of destinations that would tie in and out of Johannesburg as South African Airways major hub. So in 1995, Airlink joined the Voyager program, and we aligned our look and feel to the intellectual property of South African Airways. That then translated into the consummation of a franchise relationship where Airlink became fully branded South African Airways in 1997, and we joined South African Express Airways in that franchise system. And that was really the formation of the South African Airways Alliance. And then another significant event, and I'm not going to talk about every event, but these are just the ones that possibly influenced the change in the landscape of air transportation and how people get air access. The next big watershed event was exit Mike Myburgh and his team and enter Coleman Andrews. And the Coleman era, in that Coleman era, South African Airways had a different commercial orientation to where it had been under the stewardship of Mike Myburgh. And that goes back to earlier times where Gert van der Veer was also instrumental in leading SAA to where it was at that point in time. In other words, the airline with a global reach that had dominance at Johannesburg International Airport. SAA's new commercial orientation included the very unfortunate demise of Sun Air, which was one of the early liquidations that happened in the industry. But importantly, in 1998, in the Coleman era, there was an absolute concentration on strategy and the establishment of wave banks of arrivals and departures from all of the destinations within SAA's global reach, and tying that into a comprehensive airline network system and high-frequency schedules in and out of these wave banks of arrivals and departures at Johannesburg International Airport. If we move on a little bit, there was also a concept, there was a strategy that was conceived collectively between the parties to the South African Airways Alliance, and it was a Pan-African concept where there would be a very powerful hub developed in South Africa that had already been developed, Johannesburg, and there would be other hubs developed in Africa, one in West Africa and one in East Africa. The West African hub would have been Lagos, and the East African hub would have been either Nairobi or Dar es Salaam. And the idea would have been through those hubs, the hubs would be tied together, and then there would be network systems. Of course, that was an ideology, and it was stillborn at the time because of inaffordability. There was a recognition in 2004, after Coleman Andrews had left in 2001, that South Africa was end of continent, and that there were limitations to being located geographically at the end of continent. At that point in time, South African Airways purchased Air Tanzania, and it was the advent of the low-cost carriers following the Southwest model and what had happened in Europe with Ryanair and EasyJet and so on and so forth. So in comes Kulula and one time in Mango, a little bit before 2004, in fact. And that started the erosion of the hub and spoke network system. Fast forward a little bit to 2006, SAA joined Star Alliance. There was pressure. At the time, there were three major alliance collectives, Star being headed up by Lufthansa and United. And then there was the American BA tie-up, which was One World. And then SkyTeam was Delta and Air France and a bunch of others, including KLM. But with that pressure, South African Airways recognized that its major source market was Central Europe, starting off with Germany. And therefore, it felt that the best alliance partner for South African Airways was the Star Alliance headed up by Lufthansa and, as I said, United. If I can just go back a little bit to the Coleman Andrews era, we'll deal with this in a little bit more detail in a later slide. But one of the things that Coleman Andrews did is he selected best on continent partners for South African Airways. And where South African Airways had previously been partnered with American Airlines on the North American continent, Coleman Andrews changed that as part of the strategy, and he moved South African Airways into Atlanta and into a partnership with Delta Airlines. And the relevance of that is that Atlanta was the most powerful hub in the world, and obviously in North America, and Delta had dominance at Atlanta. And now with that situation, South African Airways had a monopoly, complete monopoly on air access between South Africa and North America. And I mean, obviously the monopoly was fueled by its relationship with Delta, and it was extremely powerful. And it was one of the relevant watersheds to how there was a gradual collapse of not only South African Airways, but also of the relevance of the Johannesburg hub. When South African Airways joined Star Alliance in 2006, it had to abandon its relationship with Delta and take up a new relationship with United as part of its commitment to Star Alliance. Now, what's relevant about that is that SAA moved out of Atlanta and it concentrated on Washington and New York. And it left the door open for Delta to initiate services between Atlanta and Johannesburg International in its own right. And let's just remember that, because we'll come back to that in a minute. Then, of course, Soccer 2010. And this we see as one of the significant watershed events. And what was significant about that is that Emirates Airline was the sponsor airline for the Soccer 2010 events. And Emirates was granted additional frequencies, which were aligned with the events of Soccer 2010, so that it could bring all the guests into the host country, South Africa. It was offered 4 frequencies in and out of Johannesburg, 3 in and out of Cape Town, 1 in and out of Durban, but also a series of ad hoc frequencies, which were important because it established itself in a permanent foothold with the other frequencies that it was able to offer. In other words, 4, 3, and 1. We'll come back to that. 6th freedom traffic rights, I think everybody understands. 3rd and 4th means if an airline operates between Johannesburg and Harare, airline domiciled in South Africa can operate a 3rd frequency, a 3rd freedom frequency, meaning it can pick up passengers in Johannesburg and take them to Harare. And the 4th frequency would be from Harare back to Johannesburg. The 6th frequency enables an airline, for example, domiciled in the Middle East, to pick up passengers in Edinburgh or in Manchester or in Toulouse or in Rome, take them through their hub being Dubai, for example, and then bring them on to a place like Johannesburg. So the 6th freedom would be if they picked up passengers in Rome to take them through to Dubai, they can also carry those same passengers through to Johannesburg, and they can sell the ticket from Rome to Johannesburg, even though it is through their hub. In 2010 and around 2010, because of the soccer events, 6 freedom traffic rights began to proliferate, starting off with Emirates, but not limited to Emirates. There was Qatar, there was Turkish, there was Ethiopian, and Egypt Air, and so on and so forth, also Etihad. Then if we can just move on a little bit, in 2012, the adoption of the low-cost carrier model really got traction, low-cost carrier being point-to-point, and there was less reliance at the local level on connectivity and the global distribution system. There was another very important event that happened, and it didn't necessarily happen in 2012, but in around about that period of time, the advent of twin-engine long-haul aircraft started to become quite popular amongst the airlines that had established themselves as Sixth Freedom service providers. So in other words, smaller destinations became attractive to those that were operating hubs, for example, in the Middle East. And the smaller destinations became of interest to them, not only at this end of their hub and spoke network system, but also at the other end, which would have been Europe, East Asia, North America, etc. So it gave them access to linking smaller cities, not major hubs like London, Frankfurt, etc., that too, but also the smaller cities like what I've mentioned, and they would tie them to their hubs, and then they would also tie points in the Southern African or the African region through their hubs to those other points through Sixth Freedom traffic rights. I know this starts getting quite technical, but I think everybody is on the same page so far. And the enabler was the proliferation of the twin-engine long-haul aircraft like the Airbus 330 that obviously morphed into the Airbus 350, but also the Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Then if we move on, there's some other events that became quite significant. I just want to rearrange my screen so I can get to that part of the timeline. Obviously, state-owned enterprise airlines continued being subsidized, despite the fact that over time, with all of these other events, their relevance became economically quite challenged, and they needed subsidy in order for them to continue. Those continuous subsidies created an unlevel playing field, and the industry started becoming overly competitive, and airlines in South and Southern Africa started taking strain. We'd also seen several airlines already exiting around that, and I'll get into the detail of that in a second. Then, of course, with South African Airways requiring subsidies, the subsidies eventually ran out, and the shareholder of South African Airways elected not to continue providing fairly liberal subsidies, and SAA plunged into a business rescue situation on the 5th of December 2019. And in the process of its business rescue, it liberated 32 billion rands worth of recapitalization from its creditors, which is something that it would probably still continue grappling with into the future. And then, of course, 2020, we had COVID. It actually started in 2019 around the world, but it really got traction in our area in the beginning of 2020, to the extent that the whole industry was shut down towards the end of March 2020, and it was kept in a state of dormancy totally until around about the middle of June 2020, when gradually it was brought back again. So I'm going to talk about the detail of SA dominance, and I'm going to race through these because I am mindful of time. If we just look at the detail of it, we spoke about the Tri-Party Alliance, the SA Alliance. It was conceived in 1995 by Airlink's inclusion in the Voyager program. That then led to the consummation of the franchise relationship in 1997. That was originally supposed to be a three-way relationship, but unfortunately it was committed only to two bilateral agreements, one between SAA and Express and the other one between SAA and Airlink, and that happened in August 2000. The reason why it became two bilateral agreements rather than a trilateral agreement was because of the advent of the Competitions Act of 1998, and the notion that may have been anti-competitive. In the Coleman era, there was this commercial reorientation. The Sun Air liquidation was possibly an act of hostility. That's my opinion, not necessarily premised on fact. Others may agree, but let's not get into that. There was a strategy, and the strategy incorporated the best partner per continent. I spoke about Delta, I spoke about Atlanta, and that I think was quite relevant to the acceleration of the economic viability of South African Airways. Coleman Andrews is often regarded as being the person who sold out the family jewels, but I think if one looks at his original brief and his mandate, that he was handed a hospital pass, a business that didn't have liquidity, but it did have some assets. And his only way to realize liquidity was to hock the assets and or sell them. And that's what he did. He sold a fleet of Boeings, he bought a fleet of Boeings and he passed them on. And he sold whatever equity he could sell from South African Airways to raise liquidity to keep the ship afloat, as it were. The strategy was aimed to enforce the South Africa's economic significance within the region and Africa, and to empower Johannesburg as the main air access hub. It was already that, but he really wanted to reinforce that situation and make that hub the dominant way to get access, air access from the world through Johannesburg to sub-Saharan Africa. And I mentioned he switched the relationship, the prior relationship where SAA operated to Miami, and it had a partnership with American Airlines. And around about 1998, he changed that to a relationship with Delta, and for the reason that Delta operated and was dominant at Atlanta, which is the biggest hub in the world and the biggest hub in America. He also established the wave banks in Johannesburg. He rearranged the schedule such that all the long-haul flights would arrive in Johannesburg very early in the morning, and that there would be wave banks of regional flights and domestic flights to destinations throughout the region that would depart after the arrival of all the long-haul flights. He also introduced the Boeing 737-800s, and he pushed the domestic capacity. I've said here share above 60%, but in fact his market share at the time was above 75%. And I spoke about the three-hub Pan-African strategy. It was conceived, but it was never initiated. He also looked at the refleeting of the Boeing 747s, and you'll remember at the time he spoke about these are not fuel-efficient aircraft, and he introduced the Airbus 340s, which in many ways, with the gauge that they presented, locked South African Airways into the hub-and-spoke network business model based at Johannesburg International Airport. Coleman left. He was replaced by Andre Viljoen and several successors after that. But in the time of Kayan Kula, the South African Airways alliance moved into a different mindset, and commercial relationships changed. Firstly, there was an erosion of the hub and spoke relevance, and the limitations of end of continent also became pertinent at the time. In an effort to reach out and expand its presence in the sub-region, it purchased shares of Air Tanzania. That was part of its mitigation, and it sent up some SA Express -8 300Bs to help the operation of Air Tanzania, and that was part of its determination to remain relevant in Southern Africa. And it was also the advent of the low-cost carriers, Kulula, that started in 2001. One time came about in 2004. Mango started in 2006 in Coleman Andrews' time. Mango, I believe, was ill-conceived because it competed head-on with its parent, South African Airways. And this is really where I'd like to put a lot of emphasis. South African Airways decided to join Star Alliance. And I've spoken about this when I spoke to the timeline. That took South African Airways out of its relationship with Delta because it had to move into a relationship with Lufthansa and United Airlines. And it had to abandon other relationships that it had, for example, with Delta, and Air France in particular, because SA at that point in time pulled out of Paris. And I'm not sure that that was a clever idea at the time. It might have been different had it had a different strategy and didn't commit to a single alliance. But I think that that's all history. Key long-haul source markets being, we look at the most prominent source markets for destinations in South and Southern Africa being Europe, North America. But key long-haul source markets became increasingly competitive with gradual liberalization. London Heathrow, we saw Virgin and British Airways increase their frequencies between London and Johannesburg, and also obviously operate down to Cape Town, and so on. We also saw that there was a competitive inclination for global players, especially the Sixth Freedom operators, to look at the destinations that customers were heading towards beyond Johannesburg, and this is where the advent of Sixth Freedom traffic rights and hub and spoke operators in the Middle East starting to look at markets beyond Johannesburg, and I'll get into that in a little bit more detail presently. Then, of course, 2010, the watershed, and I think I've spoken to this already. That was where Emirates not only had 4 Johannesburg, 3 Cape Town, 1 Durban, but also was granted a lot of ad hoc flights for the duration of the Soccer World Cup event. And of course, after the Soccer World Cup event, it held on to its 4 to Johannesburg, 3 to Cape Town, and 1 to Durban, didn't relinquish those. And that became quite a changing event in terms of how people got access to South Africa, and also how it compromised the economic viability of South African Airways. But it also led to other carriers. So I've spoken about Emirates, but also Etihad, Qatar, Turkish, Ethiopian, and Egypt Air starting to develop hub bypass systems. Hub bypass, not their hub, so their hub Dubai, for example, and Abu Dhabi and Doha and so on, Istanbul. They would keep their hubs, but they would bypass the Johannesburg hub, and they would go on to smaller cities like Cape Town, Durban, Harare, Maputo, Windhoek, Lusaka, Dar es Salaam, etc. And then I mentioned the advent of smaller gauge efficient twin-engine long-haul aircraft, 330s and 787s, which enabled their Sixth Freedom aspirations to go directly to those points that I just mentioned in the previous bullet. And of course, the rise of the low-cost carrier operators continued to erode domestic profitability. I don't know that we need to dwell too much on all of these points, save to say that just to recognize that over time, not just within the timeline that we're talking about here, there have been many demises of airlines since 1994, Flightstar, Phoenix, Batavia, Bopair, Sun, Nationwide, One Time Skywise, Velvet Sky, and so on. And the other points that I wanted to talk to is aviation policy in South Africa has not been as informed as it should be. It's not cognizant of the reality of the complexities of the air transportation sector. And it's been disconnected from really the program, if I could put it that way. And to the extent that we talk about SATM, the Single African Air Transport Market, and Yamoussoukro going into the history books since 1988 already, I don't know that South Africa and in its policy decisions has really done the industry in South Africa a lot of favors. I don't know that we are equals to other participants in air transportation in Africa, where Fifth Freedoms through SATM, Single African Air Transportation Market, are the theme, and they have been granted from as early as 2010 already to airlines like Rwanda, and they've participated in the economic opportunities that should be available to South African operators. So Rwanda operating between Kigali and Johannesburg is one thing, but Rwanda operating between Johannesburg and Lusaka participates in the economic opportunity that should be there for Zambian Airlines and South African Airlines, specifically because they can operate third and fourth freedom traffic routes to those destinations. And the same applies to Rwanda operating between Cape Town and Harare. And I don't want to pick on Rwanda. Ethiopian has had its fair share of fifth freedom traffic routes in and out of South Africa to destinations that they shouldn't be operating to. And so is Kenya Airways, and there are others obviously looking at that, and they will continue operating it. And the reason why I talk about aviation policy and indecisiveness is specifically because nobody really understands what it's all about. So it's all been granted, but there's no reciprocity from a South African airline point of view. So we give away the economic opportunities. They come and eat our lunch, but we can't go back and eat theirs. And I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail, mindful of time. SA business rescue for the December 2019, that led to SA defaulting on its franchise agreements and didn't pay Airlink our money, and that caused Airlink to jettison the relationship and become independent. And, you know, in many ways, I think that even though losing 890 million rand is a bitter pill, I think that in the long term, that event did us quite a favor. And we'll talk about that in a second. COVID precipitated, call it catalyzed, if you like, multiple airline failures. We saw in Namibia, SA Express, Comair, Mango, all go into business rescue immediately after South African Airways went into business rescue. And most of those have gone into provisional liquidation in the meantime. Comair, of course, came out of business rescue for a period of time and then succumbed and went into provisional liquidation, all of which is extremely sad, and especially in the perspective of the traveling public, but also in the perspective of the employees that have become quite badly hurt in that process. So I asked the question, are we in a period of consolidation? And I just talk about these two charts quickly, this and there's another one following. This is really the same data, just arranged differently. The first one just shows the gradual deterioration of the Johannesburg hub relevant to how people get access to destinations in South and Southern Africa, Southern Africa defined as SADC. Obviously, the blue elements of the graph are the Johannesburg hub, and the rest is other. So, and really what I'm trying to show in this is people get to their destinations somehow. How many of them get to their destinations through Johannesburg? That's shown in blue. How many of them get to their destinations using other hubs like Doha, for example, or Addis Ababa or Istanbul or whatever? And I'm talking about destinations destinations being in South and Southern Africa, SADC in other words. And then the graph on the right shows exactly the same data, just slightly differently. And this shows how the market has grown over time up until 2018, 2019. And then, of course, the events of COVID caused the market to recede, and then it's re-emerging in 2021 and 2022. And you can see the distribution of how people have got to their destinations, blue being Johannesburg hub, but the real growth is not the Johannesburg hub. That's declined, especially in the most recent years, 2020 and 2021 and 2. And the way people get to their destinations through other hubs around the world is significantly on the increase, as one can see in the orange elements of the Manhattan graphs. And this is just interesting information where we can see how sixth freedom traffic has developed. The low-cost carriers have developed over time. The African regional carriers have developed. The South African legacy carriers have developed, mainline and other carriers have developed over time. Same data in the graph on the right-hand side, showing the growth in the industry over time. It's collapsed in 2020 because of COVID, and how it has re-emerged. And one can see that if one looks at the orange graph, the orange portion of the graph on the right, how the South African legacy carriers continued to grow, and then obviously with COVID have fallen off the cliff, and there is a re-emergence. Now, South African legacy carriers at the moment are typically Airlink and South African Airways, which is busy re-emerging. Comair in the BA brand context was also a legacy carrier domiciled here, and they are no longer there. So we can see that legacy carriers haven't died, but what's also very important is that the low-cost carriers have continued proliferating. The key themes that I think I'm going to leave us all with: the market has changed, it continues changing because of all of those events, not just because of what's happened in COVID. Six freedom carriers, and those that I've mentioned, Emirates, Qatar, Turkish, Ethiopian, etc., they're here to stay, can't beat them, we've got to join them, which means that we've got to think differently about how air access gets provided. They're going to carry on proliferating. What they need is a rich matrix of corresponding connectivity intra-regionally between nodes. So, for example, between Johannesburg and Cape Town, between Johannesburg and Harare, between Cape Town and Harare, between Harare and Windhoek, between Johannesburg and Lusaka, and so on. We also see that there is a convergence of business models. There's no longer a clear separation between point-to-point carriers, low-cost carriers, and network carriers. We see that low-cost carriers need global distribution so that they can stay in the game. They can't just sell the cheap seats to commoditized consumers. And network carriers also need to capture a share of the growing point-to-point market at fares which are compatible with the low-cost carriers. Technology and innovation is an enabler, and that will enable the convergence. And in particular, how it will happen is that the low-cost carriers, and we already see that this is a more recent development of how low-cost carriers put their seat inventory out to the global market. They tie up relationships with virtual airlines, and virtual airlines would include, for example, Duhop, W2, and Han Air, which is a virtual airline. Han Air, for example, operates between 2 points in Europe with a Learjet once per week. They have an IATA membership because they are IOSA certificated, and that enables them to interline. So they set up interline arrangements with the world's airlines, including low-cost carriers, and low-cost carriers are then enabled to sell the inventory through the likes of Han Air and distribute that inventory to the world. So the traditional airline network model and the low-cost carrier models are converging into more or less the same functionality. I've spoken about policy and the policy environment. We see that it's been, especially here in South Africa, completely inadequate. It hasn't moved with how quickly air transportation and air access has changed. It requires coherence based on expertise and an understanding of the complexities of the industry, and we believe that that's completely absent at the moment. Also, to the extent that when bilateral air services agreements are negotiated, there needs to be inclusion of that expertise, especially on the airline side, such that we end up with dispensations that are fair and equal and not detrimental to South African domiciled airlines. We also need to have a better understanding and expertise understanding of the single African air transportation market, which is a good thing fundamentally, as long as we can also participate in it as an equal, as opposed to sit back and watch that our lunch has been eaten by those that have a propensity to come and plunder and pillage in our economy down here. And the typical impediments that we need to pay attention to is the fact that every country, 54 countries within the African continent, all have their own regulatory frameworks. They're all different. They have their own competition legislation. It's all different. And there are commercial barriers like how to acquire foreign operators permit and the treatment associated with that, where if one needs to get a foreign operator's permit to operate as a South African airline operating in other parts of Africa, we will be audited and we will pay for the cost of that audit, and we will pay handsomely for the foreign operator's permit. But when those airlines come down here, we accept their air operating certificate as issued by their competent authority, and we issue them with a foreign operator's permit for as little as 500 Rand. And the counter to that is when we go to their countries, it's nothing like 500 Rand. It might be 500,000 Rand in order for us to operate in those domains. And of course, we have to absorb that cost and pass it on to the customer. And then, of course, handling charge disparity, where there is competitive handling service provider opportunities here. We go there and we get handled by the national carrier, who's a competitor. That in itself is antitrust, anti-competitive, and they fleece us. That's extortionist prices. And there I can quote Kigali and Rwanda, where it would cost us about 50,000 Rand to get handled there. It'll cost them about 2,000 Rand to get handled here. So, Harry, I think with that, I will wrap up and shut up. I think I've gone over my time a little bit, but thank you to the audience for listening. I hope it was fun.
Roger, thank you so much for this very informative presentation. Fortunately, this is going to be available on YouTube afterwards. So I'm definitely will be one of those that will listen to this again and again to learn from you and to understand. It's so concerning seeing Johannesburg declining as a regional hub and the competition coming in. And we should think smart. And fortunately, there's people like yourself that can help us in doing that. So thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us. Will you be available again later on for questions and answers?
Unfortunately, I can't, Harry. I've got other commitments. But, if there are any questions, if anybody would like to correspond through you to me, I'd be very happy to answer any questions. I know I've tried to give a bit of an overview, and I've tried to just highlight the fact that COVID was not the watershed event. The watershed events actually happened long earlier than that. And but COVID was something that did catalyze the demise of a lot of airlines, which is very sad. But if there are any questions, please, I'll be very happy to answer them in an email.
Thank you, Roger. Really appreciate that. They can also, paste their questions in the chat room, and we will then convey it through to your office. Thank you very much, Roger. Really appreciate supporting the Transport Forum, and all the best.
Thank you.
The rest of the day.
Thank you, Harry. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Thank you
Cheers.
so much. That is right. Thank you, Roger, for that exciting presentation. Our next presenter then will be Mr. George Matema. He's the CEO of the Board of Airline Representatives of South Africa. He's going to talk about which way forward post-pandemic. Thank you very much, George.
Thank you very much, Harry. My sincere apology for my voice. I won't be able to show my face on the screen. As I said last week when I couldn't make it for the Friday meeting, that I've got a bit of a swollen face, but fortunately I'm better. So I'm hoping that by the end of the week, I will be back in business, but I always have my contingency, as I did with you last week, Friday. Velem is here. He'll obviously share the screen on my behalf so that we can be able to just get into the nitty-gritties of our presentation, just for the benefit of those that don't know BASA. BASA largely represent the international airlines, and our responsibility is purely simple: to negotiate, tariffs on behalf of the international airlines, to negotiate and make sure that we make interventions that are necessary for the ease of doing business in South Africa. And that's really largely what our focus is on. Harry, thank you very much for this kind of a platform. In my view, this is really a type of platform that would really help us to share ideas in terms of, making sure that we make our country to be a better country, and to make sure that we are able to contribute, towards the development of our economy. Thank you to all the colleagues that are here, both from the industry and those that come from the other industries, such as road, railway, and others. So should we go to the first page of page 1 of my presentation? So the topic for me, as Harry has already highlighted, really is a way forward, post the pandemic. Air freight, like any other mode of transport, is a trade facilitator for us that contributes to global economic development and creates millions of jobs. We know that the global economy depends on the ability, for us to deliver high quality products at competitive prices to consumers. I think what Professor Luke has already spoken about briefly, and Roger has really expanded on that issue, which is really the issue around the African continental, free trade area in terms of what can be done within the African space, which has been established in 2018. And for me, as Roger was mentioning, some of the key aspects that I don't want to really belabor those aspects, but those are some of the key issues that probably, the Department of Transport would need to look into. The deregulation of the aviation market. Obviously, we no longer talk about the Yamasupri, as Roger was saying. It is something that has been in the pipeline for many years, and we haven't seen much in terms of, progress in that regard. But what we should be looking at is an increase in trade between countries within the African space. And my view is that the Department of Transport would need to do some intervention in that regard. The interventions that we require is such that when you have this type of agreements that are in place, which really are facilitated by the Department of Trade and Industry, we need to take what is the key performance indicator for us as aviation. How do we unlock certain regulations that may, be an impediment towards, growing, the aviation sector? As it was stated earlier, that, the biggest challenge that we have is that you've got rights that have been awarded to some of the African countries where there's no reciprocity. I always struggle to call this word. We're not reciprocating in terms of the economic benefits that we need to derive, especially for the local airlines. So I wouldn't really belabor that point that much, but that's something that I think, in my view, that the Department of Transport would need to look at. We've seen what Treasury has done, in particular around the Operation Vulindlela. And sometimes that operation in itself finds, problems in other departments that they're able to unlock because there isn't that much reception from departments as they try and unlock and create the easy way of doing business. But my view would be that, the likes of the Department of Transport, as the president of the country was addressing Business Unity South Africa yesterday, one of the key issues he raised was the capacity issue that has been depleted in government. And one of the key issues that we probably need to look at from a department point of view is not only to simply look at, capacity in terms of people that are able, to interpret legislations, to go and negotiate bilaterals in terms of, the ability to award rights and so on and so on. But I think there's a segment that needs to come, in a form of a business to create platforms that would enable, our industry to be able to grow. One of the key things that they probably need to look at is that, post-COVID, what do we do about the bilaterals? What are we looking at that to see and whether we can derive some benefit? We've got some agreements that have been entered many years ago, and that space is only negotiated by our department. And that's something that, in my view, Harry, that's something that we need to look at and try and extrapolate that which would create economic benefits to the country, in particular, to the local industry in terms of, the local airlines that are not seeing some of those benefits, as Roger was putting it, that they have a pie to snack when it comes to South Africa, but we're not getting the same, in terms of what needs to be reciprocated from the other country. So while land and maritime cargo are mostly used and remain favorable, our belief is that air freight is the quickest. And that's something that, in particular, when we look at an increased demand in the last 2 years, that really speaks to perishables and chemicals. There's a significant demand in that regard that probably the air freight would need to play a bigger role in that space. We do understand, obviously, when it comes to chemicals, there's safety elements that needs to be looked at, considering our industry and so on and so on. But perishable is something that needs to be delivered on time and so on and so on. And I think the air freight would create a better, option for that. And I don't think we need to go back and try and rewrite some of the models that are already, have already been used within the rail space, within the road transportation space, within the maritime space. So there is a need for that collaboration so that we're able to increase, our capacity to be able to deliver for this country. So air freight is used in many industries as a go-to transport and a supply chain management need. We just need to make sure that there is an increase in our participation in that regard. And the increase that one is talking to here is not an increase of simply trying to grab, that which is available already to the other mode of transport, but simply to create, enable, things such as the African Continental Free Trade to create, the bigger pie that would enable our industry, with the liberalization of the aviation market, to be able to participate more in terms of, a bigger pie that one could look at. There are opportunities, obviously, and I think those opportunities, as I've spoken about, it's opportunities around reviewing policies and strategies within the Department of Transport. So what I'm simply saying, I'm not using this as an opportunity to criticize my own department, but one is simply suggesting that the way we do business is completely different today. So you probably need to look at capacitating the department in such a way that you are able to create and take regulations to create opportunities for business and facilitate the easier way to increase, the ability for the industry, for the sustainability of the aviation industry. So that should not be taken as a criticism. Slide 4. So here, this slide is self-explanatory, considering the time that I think my colleague Roger has already taken. It really just gives an indication of the direct and indirect benefit that the aviation sector really brings, into the economy. In terms of job creation, in terms of indirect job creations, we look at tourism as well, in terms of contribution from a passenger point of view, and what we contribute as towards the gross domestic product in terms of the Oxford economics. Next slide. So I think Africa, Harry, for me, really remains one of the key potential, an untapped potential that I think we need to really focus on. And hence one spoke about the African free trade agreements that have been entered in 2019 with a number of countries that have signed up to that agreement. So as Africa, we share about 2.5% of the global passenger traffic, with about 115 million passengers flown across the 354 commercial airports. So there is an opportunity, for air travel and cargo movement to be easier, to be cheaper and safer and more competitive. And I think there is that ability for us to grow more in terms of this untapped market, which is really Africa. And I think that broader facilitation that one spoke about, that needs to be driven from a government point of view, and from us also as industries, that the shoulder is not just on government, but the shoulder is on us in terms of, creating opportunities that would enable our own government to negotiate and be able to create those platforms, for South African carriers and all the international carriers that come into the country. While commercial aviation economic footprint and impact are enormous, the sector's growth sparing potential in Africa as one has already indicated. That's an untapped market that I think we all need to focus on. We do see that, some of the international airlines are really taking advantage of the African market in terms of, creating opportunities for themselves. And I think as South Africa, in the past, been a leader in terms of, the African economy, we need to reclaim to a greater extent, that aspect of us, being seen by the global community as a driver towards the African economic development. Next slide. So what this slide indicates, it really shows, I mean, the growth in terms of the different continents and obviously the decrease in some of the markets. One, I mean, if you look at the North American and South American market, I don't need to speak to what Roger spoke about the SAA having played a bigger role in that market. And what we see obviously currently is mostly my members that are really flying into the South African environment and not really having some of the local airlines flying back into those markets. And those are some of the opportunities that I think the local airlines, through the support of our own government, I think in the past, largely obviously SAA was participating in those markets. We know that there is a huge contribution of the private sector, airlines in the domestic market. And I think we need to create a platform for those airlines to start operating into this market. We do see that collaboration is quite important. We see what the Cape Town Air Access has done through the Westgrow, type developed model, which we see what the Western Cape has done. We think Gauteng needs to do the same. The biggest challenge that we have around Gauteng, which really has perhaps been the lack of participation and contribution of the private sector, which we see happening quite a lot with Westgrow in the Western Cape, where there is, the bigger part of the private sector, the big banks, financial institutions, really supporting that agency in terms of developing the, tourism sector. That includes the air freight in particular. We know that they're busy doing a study around, air freight in terms of, the Western Cape market. And I think more needs to be done around Gauteng that would facilitate, the bigger, contribution into the Gauteng province. The reconnection of air connectivity and the steady recovery of travel is a testament of the impact of collaboration efforts, and I think that's very important. For any market to grow, collaboration is extremely important. We do see obviously the issue of the Delta and United in terms of the triangular, space that they needed to participate in the Western Cape. And for me, the dispute that was sitting out there in the public space, and obviously dispute with government, intergovernmental disputes, and so on and so on. Those are some of the issues that needs to be avoided in order for us to then create the positive image that is required for the country. Some of these key issues, in my view, should be addressed in such a way that we do not end up, impacting on the brand of the country. Next slide. I think this slide is self-explanatory, that air transport facilitates, similar to all other mode of transportation, flow of goods, investment, and people. We can see the contribution that it does in terms of, foreign tourism expenditure, as well as the foreign direct investment and export for South Africa. I think that those figures are pretty much explanatory. And that is indicative of perhaps what we need to focus on as a country in terms of continuing to grow, this country, because we do not compete with ourselves. We compete with the rest of the world. We're competing quite a lot, which is one of the critical things that we probably need to look at. We're competing with Africa. We're seeing quite a lot that some of the African countries, Rwanda, Ethiopia, and Kenya, have really worked hard in terms of, taking some or claiming some position in the global economy. And I think these are some of the key issues that we probably need to focus to facilitate and, broader economic development for South Africa. Next slide. The next slide, what it really indicates, the point that I want to make there, I mean, for the purpose of the air freight, is really that we're still sitting at very low in terms of the contribution, for air cargo. And I think there is a lot that needs to be done from our side, to try and build up that space. We've seen, I think, during the COVID 2020 period that, a lot of goods were transported through us. There's been obviously an increase in that space, and it has gone down since obviously the ability of the other mode of transport, being able to participate back into the economy. And that's something that we probably need to focus on to really claim part of the share of our share in this space, as opposed to the passengers, which is really we mainly dominate. The next slides. This slide just really indicates, I think the graph there would show that from air cargo prices were less competitive around the 2020. If you look at the period between 2017 up to 2022, but we've seen those prices going down according to IATA at this point in time up to from 2021 going forward. So relatively speaking, air cargo still remains more price competitive as compared to the others. Next slide. So what this slide shows is that there is, when we're seeing recovery, obviously, in terms of passenger numbers, and what that creates, the prediction is that by 2024, we should probably be sitting at 104%, post-pandemic in terms of passenger numbers. And what that creates, obviously, in terms of, traffic numbers coming back into the system, it creates an ability for more belly space, belly capacity that can be utilized as airlines, deploy more aircrafts into the space. And that in itself would create more capacity in terms of what we can transport from a air cargo point of view. Next slide. So what are the challenges that we see as an industry as a whole? And some of these challenges have played themselves in the media. And for me, we hope that some of these challenges can try and be managed such that we're able to continue to protect the brand of South Africa, depending on our collaboration, which is really quite key. The collaboration between ourselves and government is really key in terms of making sure that we continue to grow the South African market. So it's a sharp increase in the fuel prices, which obviously led to increased costs, which are ultimately being passed down to the passengers themselves, the end users. And that in itself is not sustainable. We've seen the problems that we've had. I mean, I think around April when we had a disaster being declared within the KZN space around the floods, where there's been a huge damage into the railway infrastructure. But other than that, the economic sabotage that we see, which really impacts our government agencies such as Transnet and so on, Transnet Pipeline. There is a huge syndicate that's operating similar to what we're seeing in the construction mafias, who are really getting into stealing, fuel in the pipeline and so on. And SAPIA has been raising that issue as a whole. So the real challenge, is such that the economic crimes that are committed are impacting on, the ability for South Africa to continue to grow. And those are some of the key issues that we need to look into. But the fuel situation in itself, I mean, we've seen, as we said, the Sapref refinery as it is, where you had the two major oil companies obviously disinvesting in that space. And that in itself obviously impacts in terms of our reliance on jet fuel that's mainly being imported. I mean, SAPIA suggests that we import about 70% of our jet fuel at this point in time, and that in itself increases some of the costs that we have to deal with, considering the Ukraine-Russia situation, which obviously continues to have a huge, supply chain impact into the entire global economy. So that's something that really requires a particular attention from the Department of Energy. In as much as airlines are trying to mitigate, the combined impact of the high jet fuel prices and inflation, unfortunately, at times we are running out of, headroom. And what it means is that you ultimately end up having to pass this cost onto the passengers. And in the space of air freight, it practically means that you'll have to pass this cost onto them, which is not sustainable going forward. And that's something that really does require some intervention. The issues around airport navigation and weather services, tariff increases that are expected to be in the double digit. We've seen already the weather services increases for 23-24 are sitting at 17% alone. And quite honestly speaking, Harry, you can't blame these agencies, because at the end of the day, without having airports, without having, AXA, without having ATNS, we don't have anywhere, we don't have a business. But they need to be sustainable themselves, in terms of, ensuring that we continue to contribute towards the South African economy. And some balance needs to be found, because the juggle is between, us fighting with these regulated entities in terms of what they cannot charge, what is not affordable, for our airlines. But at the end of the day, we sit with a situation where you may end up not having the right service because of, lower tariffs that needs to be paid. But some interventions are required in terms of how best we can try and manage some of these key issues, so that there is a balance between, the industry as aviation and as well as the regulated entities. We still see that, there's obviously pandemic aftershock that are still being felt globally with some countries, i.e. China, Hong Kong, still in the lockdown and mask, which were still a statutory requirement. The issue of the monkeypox, which is becoming a threat on its own. We are quite hopeful that some of these key issues would not put us back into the last 2 years that we have to deal with. The issues of some of the international communities looking at South Africa, that perception that we are not price competitive, and therefore that in itself may make us to lose some of the primary benefits to other countries, such as Kenya, Ethiopia, as we already mentioned. We see that Rwanda is obviously working really hard in that regard, in terms of a number of capital investment that they've put in place with airport developments and all other infrastructure development that they put in place in terms of attracting and creating competition for some of us in South Africa. And those are some of the challenges that I think as a country we need to look at. The underdeveloped air freight in itself, as Roger spoke about that, the IT in itself are something that is a challenge that we need to continue to look into. Regulatory constraints, which are cumbersome, such as the custom clearance, for example, which are very costly, not only to jobs, but to revenue as air freight. I can assure you here, I've listened to the chemical association, the industry body that represents the chemical industry. In the discussions we had with the president yesterday when he was addressing the business unit in South Africa, some of these key challenges that we see on regulatory constraints, where certain decisions are made, a lot of chemicals that are not allowed into the country, and some of this seems to differ from one official to the other. And these are some of the challenges that are really impacting on the country, economic benefit, because we're losing in terms of the ability to have those chemicals being brought into the country. To some greater extent, I still believe that, the transport as a whole sits within the Department of Transport. And I think we need to create a sort of, not an Operation Vulindlela type, program, but similar to that, a business unit that really, operate outside just the simple regulatory process, so that we're not just tick the box in terms of provisions of the Act, awarding rights. We need to look at what are the impediments. How do we make sure that we support all these industries, aviation, transport, road transport, rail, and so on and so on. And again, maybe the lack of transparency and communication between stakeholders, that's something that we probably look at as a challenge. We probably need to just improve. Sometimes we tend to blame government in terms of silos that are sitting within different departments and not really talking to each other in terms of what they can do to try and develop the country even more. But I think we do find that amongst ourselves as industries, I was quite excited when I looked at, it's my first participation in this program, Harry, just listening to the number of people that are sitting in this platform that I believe perhaps we need to have discussions and have our own conversations. As I said, sometimes we go and recreate, as an industry, want to recreate models or instruments that are already sitting somewhere else that we can simply tap into. But because we do not talk to each other at times, it just doesn't create a platform for us to be able to do that. What is our way forward as we get into the next slide? Considering my time, apologies that I see that I'm already above the time that has been allocated, but I suppose my time was stolen a bit by Roger Foster. I think some of the way forwards, even though it's sometimes it's easier to say this, but we know there's always an impact in the country as a whole, is really just an introduction of some reliefs that needs to brought into the industry, such as charges and taxes, whether it be on fuel or taxes and so on and so on. Perhaps some of those incentives that can be brought should be able to alleviate some of the challenges that we see in our own industry, to be able to offer competitive prices that would enable the different industries to utilize, aviation as a mode of transportation of their goods. Because sometimes pricing can really be an issue that really impacts on an ability for an industry to grow. So if we remove barriers to market entry and ensuring fair and equitable treatment for all carriers, with initiatives such as we've spoken about, the African continental free trade. But one of the things that I think President Ramaphosa spoke about, which is something that we probably need to look at as a department, is that during COVID, we were forced as a country, to recreate within a specific time, deregulation of the health system to enable, the country to be able to implement certain things. And that was done within a short space of time, where we found ourselves in a pandemic where it can't take you a year to change a legislation and introduce a new legislation for you to be able to offer vaccines. The country was able to do that within a short space of time. We're seeing what the president is doing with the electricity situation right now, in terms of trying to find a way in terms of which they can minimize regulatory impediments that are there. And maybe those are some of the things that we need to bring into our own industry within our own department, to facilitate a way in terms of some of these things can be done. I mean, just out of the topic, we've had a number of problems, and I think a lot of industries are complaining in the tourism industry and other industries where visa has been, the issuance of visa has been a huge issue globally, where we have a lot of executives that are, sitting in other countries and they've committed to, invest in this country. They've got operations in the country, but the person is sitting there 6 months, not able to get a visa to come into South Africa. And that's an issue that we've brought within the BUSA space. And those are some of the key issues that we need to then find a way to curtail some of these bottlenecks that we find. Facilitate a development of the e-freight and improvement of the aging cargo infrastructure at airports. I think that's some of the issues that we probably need to look at. But obviously that, the ability to improve on the infrastructure in itself is also dependent and highly interlinked to the tariffs, which the airport authorities should be able to get in order for them to invest highly into those key projects. Removing the cumbersome custom clearance procedures, just make it easy for us to, the ease of doing business in that space. I think it's something that needs to be looked at. Increase utilization of the air transport mode for traded goods by adopting, supporting, and promoting the DTI's trade initiatives. And somehow, as one said, that how best do we then bring some of these key initiatives that are created by the Department of Trade and Industry and have those kind of business discussions within the transport sector, and not just look at the transport sector as a whole as a highly regulated environment, without bringing some of the key issues that are there to facilitate trade. And we are there simply to facilitate trade, whether it be passengers, cargo, or anything else. And the way to do this is that we need to find a way. Hence, one is suggesting that, some capacity within the Department of Transport that will build up into this space that purely look at business. Some specialists that looks at business in terms of, transportation as a whole, and say how best do we remove some of this cumbersome, regulation, and not wait for Treasury's operation volunteer. Let's do it on our own. Harness the growth and proliferation of the drones to expand and modernize the air freight supply chain in remote areas. I think that's one other key industry that needs to be looked at as it facilitates and continues to really contribute towards the movement of goods. I thank you, Harry.
George, yes, thank you so much. This was very informative. And I think it's so important that we learn from you about this collaborative efforts that's so important for South Africa and to take us somewhere and to overcome these challenges. The African continent surely is offering lots of challenges, and we need to collaborate. Thank you for this. Hopefully you will be able to participate in the questions and answers a little bit later. I'm quite sure there will be people, asking questions for you.
Yes, I'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your presentation. All right, ladies and gents, let's continue with our program. We must hurry up a little bit. We've got our next presenter is Mr. Aaron Manetsi. He's the CEO of the Airlines Association of South Africa. He's going to talk about collaboration and cooperation, aviation development in SADC. Thank you very much, Aaron. I will put up your slides for you.
Thank you very much, Harry, and good morning to everybody. Good morning to all the participants. Harry, just as a quick time check, so I see that it's 11 o'clock now, and I was supposed to finish my presentation at 11:05.
Let's see if you can do it in 20 minutes, Aaron.
20 minutes. Okay, great. That's great. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. So what I'm going to talk about, Harry, most of it has been covered by my predecessors in one or two ways. So what I'm going to do is take everybody through how we, from an aviation point of view, look at the development aspect. So from a collaboration and cooperation point of view, I will highlight the areas where I think we need to focus on. I also highlight the opportunities that are there, and I'll end with probably a proposal of what should be taken as the way forward. I will not spend much time talking about ASA, except to say that we are the Airlines Association of Southern Africa. We have 15 airline members from the entire SADC region. And we also have 34 what we call associate members, and 36 associate members. And our associate members comprise of service providers mainly to the airlines. And these range from fuel suppliers to original equipment manufacturers of aircraft, to airports, to ground handling companies, to tech companies. There's a whole plethora of companies that constitute our associate members. I will also take the opportunity just to go through some highlights in terms of the Africa economic performance outlook, and from there it will definitely flow into market trends. What are we seeing in terms of the trends of our source markets and so forth? And then maybe just highlight some signs of recovery for the travel industry, tourism industry, and then go deep into the single Africa air transport market and cooperation interchanged, but not necessarily the same thing as collaboration. And then I'll probably touch on a bit of the partnership models that we have seen and postulate on what can happen when these partnership models are now domesticated into respective countries. And then I'll also talk about the opportunity for cooperation given the situation that we find ourselves in. And then I'll zero in on Southern African Airlines, what are the prospects, and then I'll conclude. Hopefully that will be done in 20 minutes. Can we go to the next slide, Harry? So in terms of the economic performance outlook, This comes out of the World Economic Forum report, clearly showing that North Africa, with an 11.7% increase, is the highest region on the continent. But it is also predicted that it will decelerate to about 4.5% this year, 2022. Central Africa, at 3.4%, is projected to rise to 4.6% in 2022, mainly because of the oil-producing countries in Central Africa. In East Africa, at 4.8% of GDP, is estimated to stabilize and maybe remain at 4.7%, given the electoral situation in Kenya, which is the biggest economy in East Africa. And as far as West Africa is concerned, it's predicted to remain at 4.3%, 4.1% in 2022, obviously supported also by the oil and gas sector in that region. And the prices of oil have avoided them going upward, but now the price of Brent crude oil, as can be seen, is coming down. Then in our region, in Southern Africa, at 6%, we estimated growth of 4.2%, represents the largest recovery, obviously underpinned by strong by strong recovery in Botswana, 12.5%, Mauritius 4%, and South Africa 4%. However, the growth in the region is estimated to actually peter down to about 2.5%, simply because the large fiscal stimulus is going to scale down now that the economies are on recovery. But in general, it can be seen that the growth in terms of GDP varies wildly for countries and regions across the African continent. But this is the African Economic Performance Outlook. It gives us a sense of comfort because we obviously know that there is now talk about recession. How far can recession impact this growth? We think that maybe it might be too early to start talking about the impact of recession right now, although obviously recession will catch up with us a bit later. But overall, it is actually a given that GDP is a very good indicator or accurate indicator of air traffic potential. And when we see this picture of the GDP not actually falling, but stabilizing, it gives us a sense of comfort and confidence that our airlines are in a good space, in a good market, because of the growth of GDP. They will be able to have a market to play in. If we go to the market trends strategy, a slide, which is the next one, Harry, you will see that this is the scheduled capacity by region, and we narrow down to Southern Africa, which is right at the bottom. 2019, in May, we were carrying 777,000 passengers. In 2021, it came down to 373,000, which is about almost 50%. In 2022, in May, we carried 566,000 passengers. And you can see that there's a very good growth from 2019 to 2021. So the percentage change from 2021 was 50.4%. But for the week of 27 May 2019, it was minus 27%. This is given obviously because of the seasonality, winter travel, and so forth. But what is important to note here is that at the beginning of Corona, there were quite a number of estimations or projections, one can say. Initially, it was thought that we were going to have a very sharp decline and a very sharp incline because Corona was given 3 to 6 months. It must be over in 6 months. So it was a V-shaped prediction. But as it wore on and Corona became actually a reality and become more severe, a W-shaped kind of recovery, a very sharp decline, sharp increase, another variant comes, sharp decline, sharp increase. So a W prediction was given. But then as the year went on, it became almost like a U-shaped prediction, very sharp decline, slow, steadying, and sharp incline. And again, it came to the stage where now it became almost like a tick, sharp decline. And we're now seeing almost like a parallel and then growth. Now that things have sort of stabilized. What does this all mean? It means that airlines operate in a very, very difficult environment where predictions actually sometimes don't even mean anything to them. They have almost to fly by the seat of their pants, so to speak, because right now, as we are now listening to the predictions of a recession, some of the source markets that these customers come from are already beginning to raise the flag and say, we are already in a recession. So what do our airlines on the African continent do? They have to now make sure that they also use their own predictions to see how they can best serve these markets, including their own domestic and regional markets. The next slide will then show us what the single Africa air transport market predicts up to date. So the single Africa air transport market is a flagship project of the African Union, put together in 2018 as a follow-up to the 1988 Yamoussoukro Declaration, which initially said they wanted to see the whole of Africa being open to African airlines. But there was not much traction up to the time that the single Africa air transport market was formulated. There were only 21 signatories. But when the single Africa air transport market was put together in 2018, immediately almost all the African countries, that heads of states that were there in Addis Ababa, actually said this is what we need. And up to today, as we speak, 35 signatories, 35 countries in Africa have signed up. And of those 35 countries, 10 in the SADC region have not signed. 6 have not signed. And we are asking ourselves this question: so why have they not signed? And when we engage with them as the Airlines Association of Southern Africa, why have you not signed? The reasons that we get vary from we're protecting our own national carriers. We are not sure that what's going to happen if we open up, the bigger carriers will come and obliterate our own carriers, or we want to make sure that we protect what we already have in terms of the tourism. So there are various reasons why the countries have not signed. But it is significant for us to notice that only 10 have signed, but 6 have not signed. The 35 that have signed actually comprise 80% of the Africa market, the travel market, in terms of number of airlines. That 42 airlines that have signed that are positively impacted by the countries that have signed. And what this means is that there's a direct impact on airports. There's a direct impact on ground handling agents, air navigation service providers. All these entities are impacted by just the signatory of these 35 countries to the single Africa air transport market. And it gives us an opportunity to actually look at the landscape and say, so what is the opportunity for cooperation that SADC brings? That SATAM brings. And the next slide, we're going to just try and unpack some of the pertinent issues here. So you will see that 31% reflect the share of intra-African traffic for those countries that have signed up. So suddenly, these countries now have access to 31% of the intra-African traffic simply by virtue of their countries signing onto the SADC, onto SATAM. And there's 27% share of intercontinental traffic. Simply by signing the single Africa air transport market, the airlines in these countries automatically have access to 27% share. And as was mentioned earlier on, we need to be also cognizant of the fact that the African continent, with 1.3 billion people, which is almost 24% of the global population, our share of the global traffic is only 2%. And if you think that is bad, 10 years ago, this global share of global traffic was almost 8%. So you can see that we are actually losing ground. The only way we can start claiming back and clawing back this loss is when we all come together, and this is where the cooperation comes into play. What are the benefits of countries signing up for the SATAM, Single Africa Air Transport Market, and implementing it? immediately there is interconnectivity amongst the African countries. The International Air Transport Association was given a task by the African Union to conduct a study. And the study clearly showed that immediately the countries sign up, there's interconnectivity, there's a cost reduction, not only for the airlines themselves, but also for various operators in the aviation industry, and including the end user, who is the customer. And it also leads to integrated economies in terms of now opening up the free movement of goods, services, and people. And it also enhances trade and tourism. This is very important for us to understand how, why it is important for countries, especially in Southern Africa, to sign up. Because when you look at the continental situation, our population number is actually not that big compared to, for example, ECOWAS. ECOWAS has got an equal number of countries, 16 countries, just like we have 16 countries. But in terms of population input, they are almost 3 times as big as we are. So by virtue of the fact that some of the countries in ECOWAS have signed up and some of our countries have signed up, it means our countries now have, our airlines now have access to those markets. And you can see this is where the interconnectivity and cost reduction and the enhancement of trade and tourism becomes a reality. And we need to embrace this. So I think the next slide is even more important when it talks to the actual numbers. So in as much as here I'm talking about 31%, in this new slide, I'm talking about 200 new city pairs that are going to be created just by virtue of all countries in the SADC region signing up to the Single Africa Air Transport Market. So this is an opportunity for us to create new country pairs and also enhance intra-region traffic. It also gives us the opportunity to access 12% of the global traffic. So that's an increase that we're actually going to see once we all sign up for the Single Africa Air Transport Market. And also we're going to see an increase of almost 15% in tourism that is going to enable us to grow our economies and also give us the most important element of being able to increase youth employment. Now, I want us to pause here and bring in the element of collaboration. So what does collaboration actually mean for us, especially in the aviation industry? It means that we are going to be able to work together for a common purpose. Like I mentioned earlier on, when we ask other countries, why haven't you signed for the Single Africa Transport Market? They tell us that they are afraid that their smaller airlines are going to be obliterated by the bigger airlines. I'll give an example. Seychelles was one of those countries. They were very reluctant to sign up. They eventually signed up. And when they did a study, they realized that before they signed up for the Single Africa Air Transport Market, they only had 6 or 7 airlines flying into their country. Once they signed up, by virtue of Air Seychelles collaborating and cooperating with other airlines, they were now exposed to almost 17 airlines. And there was a sudden increase in tourism, a sudden increase in the number of airlines coming into their country, a sudden increase in employment, a sudden increase because of the increase in number of tourists coming into their country. Today, we actually use Air Seychelles and Seychelles as a country as one of the shining examples of the positive impact of implementing the Single Africa Air Transport Market. So this is where the collaboration aspect comes in, where you are going to achieve a common business benefit just by making sure that you are aligned in terms of your thinking. So what does this mean? It means that there has to be a concerted effort to raising the awareness of the benefits. And not only that, you need to be able to motivate and stimulate the discussion around what activities actually need to happen. And then you synchronize all these activities in such a way that even the ones that think or believe that they are smaller are also able to say, even if we are smaller, there's a part for us to play in this whole exercise of coming together in collaboration. And more importantly, it is actually participation. Everybody has to participate in whatever you agree you're going to do with your collaboration. And that participation means there are elements that actually come to a head where there is going to be obviously complaints about unfair labor practices or unfair competition practices or the unlevel playing field, so to speak. there has to be a mediatory element that comes in. And this is where the single Africa air transport market is very important, because they already have a competition regulation aspect element that comes in, because the African Civil Aviation Commission, as the executing agency, actually have the responsibility and capacity to mediate if there are any challenges that come up because of the implementation of the single Africa air transport market. Then we also talk about reciprocity. Once you get into the single Africa air transport market, the playing field becomes level, because what applies to any airline from the other side must ordinarily also apply to your own airline. If it does not, it is up to the airlines that are disadvantaged and their states to go to the executing agency, which is the African Civil Aviation Commission, and say, we have a problem here because there is no reciprocity, and it must be resolved. The third element is that there has to be a reflection of what exactly do we want to achieve with this collaboration. If that reflection comes in terms of, for example, shared objectives and shared strategies, it becomes easy to actually measure how you are doing and how you are performing in terms of achieving that shared vision. And the last element is obviously engagement. Everybody must be engaged at all levels, so that if we're talking about, for example, a measure of employment, can we then say the employment has to happen across the board? It means from road network traffic, air transport, airports, air navigation service providers, and so on and so forth. Everybody must have a template that says, fill in how many people you have employed once you have signed up for the single Africa air transport market and you are collaborating with other entities that are like-minded. With that kind of an approach, collaboration becomes the go-to tool, and we actually begin to see how this cooperation becomes even more implementable. So there are various models that of cooperation. The next slide, which would show that there is evidence in the difficulty of managing national carriers. I mean, this story has been told across the width and breadth, not only of Southern Africa, but even across the entire continent, or even beyond our own continent. That's why even today you will see that there are lesser and lesser national carriers in regions like Europe, for example, even though some are still existing. But the evidence of the difficulty of managing national carriers has actually enhanced the opportunity for airlines to start talking about cooperation and collaborating. The emergence of low-cost carriers is adding to the aviation dialogue. And yes, the low-cost model is very important. It's also very exciting if you get it right. And the issue here is, the operative word is if you get it right. If you get it right, it means that a lot of things are going to fall into place. There's going to be low cost to the end user, there's going to be low cost to the operator, and there's going to be low cost to the service provider. How do we get all those things happening? It takes us to the third bullet point, which are the cost implications. There are cost implications here involved across the entire value chain of aviation. And the cost implications can be mitigated by everybody everybody looking at possibilities of getting into joint ventures, for example, or going into commercial agreements, or even going into code share. The cost implications, obviously, for example, if you're in a code share, is you share lounges, that's one example, or you share check-in counters, that's another example, or you even share sales offices, or even sales systems. So these elements come in and help the airlines to reduce the cost. Because we keep saying, as the Airlines Association of Southern Africa, we are no longer talking about a restart. We are actually talking about a reset. We have to encourage everybody in the aviation industry to reset their mindset so that they begin with elements that are relevant and pertinent to today's environment. Most of the airlines you will see are still operating business models that were formulated long before COVID. And COVID came and wiped out the slate. The slate is now clean. It's a completely new environment. Those business models cannot be relevant in a new environment. So we are saying, when you look at the joint venture commercial agreements and code share agreements, as part of the cost implications, you need to go to the next level where you're saying, even privately owned airlines, where there's equity and return on investment focus, are beginning to become not so much of an exception, but more the norm. because privately owned airlines have shown that they have the capacity to be able to manage their businesses through the ups and downs, because the aviation industry has been through a lot, 911, volcanoes, and all kinds of things, Ebola, and so forth. But private airlines find a way of being able to go through these challenges. Why can we not embrace whatever they've done and put it together as part of our cooperation model? Then there's the hybrid generation of airlines where there's private equity and government working together, whether it be a split of 50-50, 49-50, whatever it is. But these hybrid generations of airlines are beginning to become also something that we are seeing, such as also the strategic equity partner approach, where there's a strategic partnership from either a bigger airline, a non-African airline, or even private equity coming in to buy into an airline and bringing in management expertise to be able to manage that business, because an airline is a business just like another business. And the last aspect is also the alliance aspect, where like-minded and committed airlines come together and say, what can we do to work together, even though we maintain our different identities, but there are certain things that we can do in common, in line, obviously, with the Competition Commission and also with antitrust, so that everybody begins to work towards how do we cooperate. Now, when you take all this cooperation into perspective, you go to the next level where you say, wait a minute, what actually does this mean? So the next slide I'm trying to say, so the anatomy of airline cooperation.
Aaron, sorry, we need to wrap in the next 2 minutes, please.
Sure, I'm almost there. So here I'm talking of the anatomy of airline cooperation governed by conventions and rules. We can't change those rules, but what we need to do is we need to make sure that we understand we need to play within the rules, and so do we need to play within the standards and controls that are there already, that are working. And everybody understands this business is capital intensive and there are few owners, and everybody wants to guard their investments and so forth. But this is the cooperation that we're talking about. There's a competitive framework. Some airlines want to be as risk-free as possible. And obviously the market is limited. And we go to the various models, and then these are the three main corporations that have been taking place. On the next slide, we're talking about, these are the elements of, for example, Star Alliance, One World, and SkyTeam. You can see that African airlines belong to any one of those three, and there's nothing stopping us from coming up with our own African alliance. So for me, that is where we need to go and start saying, collaboration, where is the African alliance? Can it be started in the Southern African region? And the next slide talks about how to take these things into perspective. Now, here's the thing. Now is the time, because a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. We are in the middle or at the end of a crisis. We cannot waste the opportunity of resetting. So seize the opportunity to reset. We have a population dividend, not only on the African continent, but even us in Southern Africa. Africa is young, they are mobile, they are daring to experience different environments. Be there to make sure you're the one who provide them with this opportunity. We can no longer talk about business as usual. Explore business opportunities in Africa, and you're going to come up with good benefits. Customers need guidance. Steve Jobs said customers don't know what they want until you tell them. So at the end of the day, it's all about doing and learning. There is no time for perfectionism. If you're a perfectionist, you're going to be left behind by this opportunity. Let me end by quoting what Mike Tyson said. Everybody has a business plan until you get punched in the face. With all this having been said, make sure that you're resilient enough to be able to take a punch in the face. Harry, I'll stop here. Thank you, and I'll wait for the question.
Aaron, thank you so much. It's so important what you are telling us, and really we would like to support you, and we agree that Africa should stand together and collaborate much closer. I'm quite sure there's a lot of people who would like to ask you some questions in the questions and answer session. Thank you so much for joining in and sharing your knowledge and your strategy with us. We really appreciate that. Ladies and gents, we're going to take a short break, just 5 minutes to catch up a little time. You can see the second half of our event, very interesting. We've got Lanseria talking to us, we've got AXA talking to us, and Air Traffic Navigation Systems talking to us. So let's take a short 5 minutes break, and then we'll continue this exciting event. I'll put up the clock for us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Trevor. That's looking great. We will start in 30 seconds time.
Thanks, Harry.
Right, ladies and gents, let's continue with our event. Our next presenter, you can already see on the screen, sharing the slides, is Mr. Trevor Tigler, General Manager at Lanseria International Airport. And he's going to talk about Lanseria International Airport, the way forward. Thank you, Trevor. Looking forward to your presentation.
Hi, good morning. Thanks, Harry. And good morning to the esteemed panel that's scheduled today, and as well as everybody that's tuned in. Yeah, let's proceed with our presentation.
Can we
So
see
just
you?
it's put it up for you, Harry, so you can see where we are. There we go. Okay, cool. So just a bit of brief background on Lanseria. We, for those that don't know, situated about 25 northwest of the city, CBD. We a CAA and ICAO licensed international airport, 24-hour operations. Some strategic road infrastructure upgrades, which was the N4 and the R512, has improved the connectivity from across within Gauteng as well as to the Northwest Province. We play a key role in driving economic growth and prosperity and tourism in the region. Those of you that don't know, the cradle is just on our doorstep in the Lion Park and so forth. And we were also, well, not LRA, but Lanseria was also designated as the original smart city development project in the President's Sona address a few years ago. The airport provides connectivity. We have scheduled aviation, we've got general aviation, non-scheduled domestic and regional services, and we can accept aircraft up to the size of a Boeing 767, Airbus A320, and pre-COVID, our passenger numbers were 2.4 million per annum. Just an overview of those of you that have never been to Lanseria, that's what our airport looks like. And yeah. So Harry, just to go on to the situation analysis, I'm approaching this topic from a little bit of a different angle. So just the current global recovery for aviation has not been what was expected or predicted post-COVID by ICAO and IATA. Globally, the industry is still experiencing various degrees of growth recovery post the pandemic. Currently, global air passenger demands continue to show a strong recovery. RPKs, or revenue passenger per kilometer, rising to 76.2 year on year. This was in the latest June 2022 IATA stats and information. However, the current situation in UK and Europe, and I see the US is following suit, is unexpectedly experiencing unprecedented failures through high demand for passengers to travel, but the inability for airports and airlines to provide capacity to handle this sudden demand. So from IATA stats, international revenue passenger per kilometer grew by almost 230% year on year, and domestic was 5.2 year on year. However, the domestic travel levels are still 18.6 below pre-pandemic or 2019 levels, which is quite interesting. Industry-wide passenger load factors are in and around the 82.4%, and that is up 12.9 or almost 13% over the past year, and returning to about 80% load factors since January 2020. Looking ahead, the reopening of the Asia Pacific markets seem to provide a renewed impetus to global passenger traffic. Now, this can be attributed to lack of resources as well as pre-COVID airport design based on the projected demand. So when the demands disappeared, the resources were trimmed back, but that demand has returned, and the unavailability of human resources has resulted in the inability to meet operational requirements, which I think impacts the numbers as displayed. In the case of South Africa, in particular LIA, we've had domestic airline failures post the pandemic. Example, there is both Kalula, PA Comair, and Mango, and that resulted in a decrease in seat capacity And considering airports have invested in infrastructure to meet the projected demands pre-COVID, we have different challenges. So airlines based in Africa, taking the IATA stats again, recorded a doubling of international RPKs of the year to June 2022, with an increase of just short of 104%. In total, this has recovered to around 30% below 2019 levels. So even though there's been this 104% increase, it's still way below the 2019 levels. On a route level, the performance of international traffic between Africa and neighboring regions is approaching pre-pandemic levels. Africa to Europe, it's 5% below June 2019. Africa to the Middle East, it's about 10.5% below 2019. And I know that early on, Roger Foster touched on the impact of the foreign carriers into Africa, particularly the Middle Eastern countries and so forth. And I think that is why we see that there's this increase, even though it's still below 2019, but they are aggressively back into the market. Obviously, spiking oil and fuel prices that have increased airline operational costs, and that results in an increase in air ticket prices, along with a decrease in available seat capacity, is non-conducive to the post-pandemic domestic market recovery or growth. Slow market growth by airlines impacts the growth and development at airports, especially infrastructure projects. This requires a different kind of thinking and approach by airport operators. What I did not include in there, Harry, is also the demise of domestic carriers. So what I want to touch on is just an example of industry collaboration, which will be a lot clearer a little bit later. So the data below are sourced from Westgrow, Western Cape, which is an example of how air access collaboration benefits growth and sustainability to a region. So this is their latest July report. Performance indicated that passengers through Cape Town International reached the recovery rate of 87% when compared to the same month in 2019. Domestic recovery, 68%. Year to year, that is of May 2022, the UK ranked the top source market. Europe has regained its position, also with 6 out of the 10 source markets to Cape Town originating from the region. And then obviously the spin-off to that is hotel occupancy for the Western Cape stood at 44.3% in July, a recovery of 84% compared to 2019. Okay, so just some info there on the facilities and infrastructure at the airport. So how does that all revolve around Lanseria and the way forward for Lanseria International Airport? So we need to ask ourselves some of the following questions. Does the normal aviation/airport business model still work? What needs to change, if anything? What are the alternatives or opportunities? And what have we learned from the pandemic? So change to the business model, such as costing and charges. LIA is privately owned, operated business, unlike our fellow colleagues at AXA. So we are able to differentiate our tariffs. We are not regulated as AXA is regulated through legislation. So our tariffs to airline operators to and from the airport, we can offer a one-stop shop because we provide all operational requirements that is required by airline operators. And as such, we do not outsource. So the costing and charges we can adapt to still be sustainable, but to offer some relief in that sense to potential airline operators. This is a more common practice globally, and it's increasing, where various types of incentives to commence services to and from respective airports. However, this concept is currently in South Africa, and that's where I mentioned Cape Town Air Access, And it relates to the previous slide. If you look at the increase since or post-COVID in their success rates to date. So a collaboration between business and tourism to drive an initiative such as air access is a perfect example of how this can support and sustain growth, not just for the airport, but also the economic benefits of the region. So without having a similar platform, to be inventive and support or drive the alternative competitive advantage options that will improve our business offering proposition against the going into the future. That would be on a short term, medium and long term. So over and above the scheduled airline operations, we also, as Lanseria International Airport, have additional aviation related activities. Technical areas for aircraft maintenance, repairs and related activities. We have quite a few flight training schools, and we have quite a few non-scheduled business and tourism flight operations. A collaborative decision-making approach to benefit these services provide through an innovative growth opportunity, a fundamental that should not be overlooked. In a nutshell, we need to get together with all our partners here at the airport and look at the various opportunities available, and also if we start changing our business model, how it will support them to also be sustainable. So we cannot and should not be solely reliant on increase of existing or new scheduled air traffic services or operational tariff charges or non-aeronautical revenue charges as an airport authority. We need to look at the reduction to airport operational costs, but must still continue to enhance and increase the diversity of our operations and service offerings that will benefit our service providers, our stakeholders, and also, of course, the surrounding communities. And these, we believe, should not be the only answer to improving business efficiencies and revenue generation going forward, but opportunities in the non or new aviation alternatives must be included, such as greenfield airport infrastructure, including alternative fuel and aircraft technology. So what are we saying? Reduce electricity costs through new sustainable energy resources, reduce municipal water costs through rainwater harvesting or wastewater treatment projects, look at recycling. We are fortunate that we have existing boreholes on the airport. Fossil fuels, which is the new future in aviation, that will replace Jet A1 and Avgas, and that will require a different kind of storage and refueling system. And then, of course, reduce the maintenance costs of airport infrastructure through new technology and materials and products that is the future. So what are we looking at future developments? We're upgrading our hangar facilities. We are looking at a dedicated general aviation VIP terminal lounge. The internal road infrastructure needs to be realigned. New technical facilities for new potential operators. And then, yeah, the elephant in the room is the Gautrain and its connectivity. We are in discussions with various parties. The Lanseria connectivity was, I think, part of phase 5, and we are pursuing to bring that forward to the next phase of Gautrain's extension. So we continue to engage and campaign with business and tourism authorities in this region. We believe there's an untapped tourism growth opportunity. We don't believe that the cradle and surrounds, we have quite a few craft beer markets and operators. We've got a world Michelin chef in the area, and those kind of things I don't believe are being exploited enough. So we need to tap into that tourism opportunity. If we look at particularly our reference back to the West Coast slide or data, there is huge opportunity to provide connectivity between Cape Town and Johannesburg, particularly Lanseria. So we could offer those tourists that are flying into Cape Town for the beaches and the wines and the mountains and all of those things, the alternative part of that tourism package, which, like I say, would be inclusive of things like the Cradle, Pilanesberg Nature Reserve not being very far from us. We also need to look at investing in new business opportunities and developments. That's MROs, dedicated cargo operations. We are in the process of finalizing details, and hopefully we will soon be able to make an announcement with regard to cargo. We need to increase the awareness of Lanseria International Airport as an alternative port of entry in Johannesburg. What we found was when we would speak to, whether it be our neighboring partners or people in Africa or even outside of Africa, if you say Johannesburg, they immediately focus on OR Tambo and are surprised to understand that there's an additional international airport that could service Johannesburg. We don't see ourselves as competing with OR Tambo. I think everybody can understand that, but we want to provide an alternative for those that are comfortable to come and utilize our airport as well. Then national government departments, we need to encourage them to speed up approvals of applications for new business and market entrants. And I know Roger touched on it, and I know Baza touched on it as well, which is a huge impediment. As we know, the Licensing Council did not operate for quite a while. So those applications need to be speeded up, or the approvals thereof. And then we also need national government to support the industry with the current global best practice to stimulate recovery. And we saw that during the pandemic, globally governments were supporting various industries, including aviation. In our industry, unfortunately, we were not supported as such, and even to provide support for the recovery. And here we're not talking about only state-owned enterprises, we're talking about the industry as a whole. So that should include, if there are SOEs or private entities, there should be an equilibrium support for that. And then we also believe that between the government departments, we speak about tourism and we speak about the Department of Transport, and the two need to be aligned to support the growth. Because if the Department of Transport is slow in approving applications, that impacts the Department of Tourism, because they also have targets on increasing tourism activity into and out of South Africa. And the collaboration, which extends further, and we saw that at the recent Aviadev conference in Cape Town, is that there's regional tourism authorities and government that attended that were quite welcoming, that we form collaborative partnerships with them as well. So we would benefit on their tourism and vice versa, they would benefit on ours. Then on the smart city development, this will encompass, obviously, as the word says, smart city, the new future technologies and planning, design, and development. And we must embrace that as an airport by playing a leading and supporting role. So not just in aviation, but also the surrounding areas and region. And there are various infrastructure upgrades included in the smart city development proposal documents, which included road and rail, providing further improved and increased connectivity for Lanseria International. Just looking at some of our future developments, we can see that we've had to push it out to 2028, still because of the slow recovery in the industry. A boutique and hotel and conference facility, dedicated cargo terminal facility, office park buildings. We need to upgrade some of our taxiway infrastructure, and then, of course, upgrade to our existing hangar facilities. So in conclusion, we believe that the pandemic, as in particular, and like in all other industries, made aviation stop, rethink and review the business as usual modus operandi, which the industry accepted as best practice over the years. In many ways, the South African aviation industry has been behind the curve or slow to innovate in relation to what has and is happening in many other countries. And here we talk about innovative technology, smart cities or aerotropolis, greenfield developments, sustainable environmental initiatives. And we all know that there's lots of noise these days being made about climate change. We need government support, and there's no collaboration in the industry and or beneficiary partnerships. And again, I refer to the Cape Town Air Access model, which is a blueprint for South Africa, Inc., in my opinion. The lack of such initiatives is in many ways sitting pre and post-pandemic recovery or growth of the sector and all related sectors, especially tourism. And it's with this that Lanseria International Airport is embarking on a new trajectory of growth and development, embracing the sustainable environmental best practices through greenfield developments, new technologies, and smart behavioral best practices in the servicing product, service excellence, and service delivery for all our stakeholders and role players. The master plan projected for 2050, that is what the new Lanseria would be looking like, and you'll see there we will have dual runway systems with smart exit taxiways, domestic and international diversified terminal buildings, new access routes and road infrastructure. What that does not show is not very indicative is the Gautrain, which will be an underground entrance into the airport. And that should be where we all are moving forward to. Harry, I kept mine as short and sweet as possible. Thank you very much to everybody. And yeah, we'll probably be waiting for questions afterwards. So thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Trevor. This was so interesting, and thank you for excellent presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed this, and it's interesting to see the level of differentiation that you guys have to do. Just made a few notes here. In the sustainable business partners, that's so important in the industry. You're taking care of your business partners and then changing your service offering. You have to reduce cost, going green, and so on. But let me not waste everybody's time. But I just want to say, that conference facility you're planning for 2028, the launch will be through the Transport Forum there at Lanseria Airport. That's right.
Harry, as you know, there's a standing invitation to the Transport Forum since we joined with you. So anytime, of course.
Thank you, Trevor. Much appreciated. We're looking forward to the panel discussion with you. Thank you. I see Charles is sharing his screen already. Ladies and gents, our next presenter then is Mr. Charles Loma. He's a Group Executive Strategy and Sustainability of Airports Company of South Africa, and he's going to talk about AXA responding to COVID-19. Thank you, Charles. We really appreciate it.
No, thank you very much, Harry. I am going to do my best to go through the presentation with speed. This first slide just gives an indication of what our immediate response was, the strategic response, signs of recovery, but most importantly, I've captured a quote. It says there is definitely a cost.
Charles, sorry to interrupt you. Your audio is breaking up. Maybe could you talk a little bit closer to the microphone? You're breaking up, unfortunately.
All right. Let me also check the volume here, just to make sure it's at max. So I was still saying that there's a quote that I've included at the bottom. It says there is definitely a cost. Is Edward Livingston. So I am going to just proceed with the presentation as I've indicated.
Charles, there's unfortunately a problem with your microphone. You're breaking up badly. We can't hear you. We just hear pieces of you talking. I don't know if you perhaps got another microphone or another PC that you can use. Maybe we can have somebody else presenting first and then you present again to maybe get another PC.
I do have an external speaker. You can have the next presenter proceed. Let me arrange.
Okay, Charles, thank you very much. Sorry about this.
No
All
problem.
right, so
That's fine.
we will then have a look at our next presenter. Let me just put up our screen here. Right, so while Charles is fixing his equipment, we're going to have Mr. Chris Berger presenting. He's the non-executive director of ATNS. He's also a senior researcher at the CSIR. He's going to talk about trends in air traffic management. Thank you so much, Chris.
Harry, I don't seem to be able to share my screen yet.
I've just stopped my sharing, so you should be able now, Chris.
Are we having any luck yet?
Yes, just slide view, please.
Let me see if I can figure that out.
Slideshow at the top, yes, and then from the beginning. Click on slideshow.
I'm afraid I can't get to that button because of the Zoom buttons.
Yeah, you can grab the Zoom button of your mouse. There you go, and from the beginning. Perfect. Thank you, Chris.
Right, we had the next presenter scrambling frantically there unexpectedly, but let's hope we're all on board now. Morning,
Yeah.
I'm Chris Berger. My day job is as a senior researcher for the CSIR. I also spend time helping to make sure that things remain on track at ATNS, and I'm hoping to share some perspectives in that capacity. We'll talk a little bit about aircraft trends, route trends, traveler trends, transients, unmanned aircraft technologies, the future, and I assume questions will end up in the subsequent session. I think almost everything I wanted to say has been said, so I'll try to make up a bit of time by not laboring points that have been made. One thing that hasn't been emphasized is that there's a trend, a change in trends as far as airlines are concerned. This trend has been going on for years, but it seems to have taken a bit of a different turn in the last 2 years or so. We could say that there's a strong relationship between an aircraft's mass and its range. So the previous generation of long-haul aircraft were all twin aisle, really large aircraft like the Boeing 747 and the DC-10, more recently the Airbus 380 and this latest incarnation of the 747, all have range in the order of 15,000 kilometers. Now, to put that in perspective, Hawaii, which is antipodal to Gauteng, just about, is 20,000 kilometers away. So the longest flight you can possibly conceive of is 20,000 kilometers, and these aircraft have a range of 15,000, which is quite impressive. But little aircraft have been catching up. High bypass engines, efficient aerodynamics, and other management systems have contributed to tremendous improvements in range. And you now get business jets that can fly 14,000 kilometers. You also get single aisle airliners that can do in the order of 7,000 or 8,000 kilometers. The largest twin engined aircraft even feature a range as much as 16,000 kilometers. And these capabilities have opened up new possibilities, especially for low-cost airlines. We have two basic philosophies around airline routes. The first is hub and spoke, which is where an airline is based at a particular venue, like the example that we've mentioned, that has been mentioned of Atlanta, and then you would fly to that hub and then fly from there to another hub possibly, and then to your destination. This was the traditional model because it enabled large airlines to offer a limited number of routes, but still be able to serve a large number of destinations. But the low-cost carriers have introduced a point-to-point model because of their very low cost base. They are able to fly routes that are less lucrative and still make a bit of money. An example might be Durban to Berlin, or Boston to Berlin, or Boston to perhaps Manchester. These are routes that are relatively light, and you can't fill up a Boeing 747 or an Airbus 380, but you can certainly fill up a 737. And so customers like this. In fact, we'll talk about customer preferences. But the bottom line from an air traffic navigation services provider is that hub and spoke produces fewer movements with larger aircraft, and point-to-point produces many movements, but with lighter aircraft. We'll talk about the impact on revenue, but it goes without saying that from an air traffic management point of view, having fewer movements makes life much easier. And the fact that those movements are heavy aircraft means that they produce a lot of income for the provider, whereas point-to-point produces lots of movements with little aircraft that provide lower income to the provider. So there are definite impacts for an air navigation services provider. Here's an example, perhaps the classic example of a hub and spoke. In fact, this airline operates only one hub, and this is Emirates. There are several similar airlines in the Middle East, but similar examples exist in Hong Kong and in Singapore, for example. And you can see that all their routes are basically Dubai to someplace. There is a little bit of evidence of spokes from Rio to Buenos Aires and from Sydney into New Zealand. But essentially, this is a single hub with lots of spokes. Travelers prefer not to transfer. Anyone who's spent 20 or 30 hours in an airport waiting for another flight like I have realizes that transfers are not great. Low-cost carriers have made it feasible to fly from your location to your destination, even if you don't have too many other people going the same way. Interestingly enough, very recently, for the last 2 years or so, there's been a significant increase in online meetings. We're in one right now, and we would have had to spend time on the freeway going to Johannesburg to conduct this meeting had it not been for that fact. There has been some increase in leisure travel to make up for it to some extent, but the business models are very different. Leisure travelers pay long in advance, but they can't pay much. Business travelers are prepared to pay a lot for the convenience of being able to go at short notice. And so traditionally, business travelers have been the backbone of business models for airlines. There's been a slow decline in passenger numbers into South Africa over a matter of years, and then, of course, exacerbated by a very sudden decrease about 2 years ago. I resolved not to say anything about the flu epidemic, but many of my predecessors have shown graphs like these. This comes from IATA, the International Air Transport Association. And you can see that there was a tremendous discontinuity in early 2020, and that things had not really started recovering by March 21. Some regions are back to pretty much 2019 levels, but Africa is taking its time, and it is anticipated in many sources that we may not reach 2019 levels earlier than 2024 or 25. So these reductions in travel have huge impacts on both the airlines and the navigation services provider, in this case, AT&S. I think I've covered all these points. Perhaps I might mention that the COVID pandemic caused a temporary return to hub and spoke preferences, mainly because of the effects of travel bans. And it seemed like for a short while, the hub and spoke gained the upper hand again. In fact, some of the airlines canned their Airbus 380s and have subsequently reintroduced them. And there's even talk of restarting production on the 380. We'll have to see how that goes. But there certainly has been a temporary return to that model. I want to talk about unmanned aircraft, and I want to dispel a perception that the majority of you probably have. When people think of unmanned aircraft, they think of little quadrotors and possibly military attack aircraft. And the term drone is loosely bandied about. It's not well defined, and so I prefer not to use it. And in fact, ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, does not use the term drone at all, preferring unmanned aircraft or the more specific remotely piloted aircraft instead. As I said, most people have a perception that corresponds to these two images, perhaps a little multi-rotor, which is used for very local applications, or perhaps a mean-looking military machine like the other one, which is an attack aircraft. But very few people think in terms of unmanned aircraft like this. The interesting thing is that this aircraft has the capability to be remotely piloted. It comes from the factory with autopilot software that would actually enable it to be operated remotely. And it is very likely that this trend will increase. One of the reasons being that a lot of the expenses around operating a commercial aircraft are around the crew. The crew expect to be paid handsomely. They expect to be put up in fancy hotels. They have to be trained, both initial and recurrent training. And all of this is an expensive exercise. Just for interest's sake, I was recently involved in an opportunity to commission a business jet. And I investigated the options around being trained to fly the aircraft. And the cheapest training I could find for that specific type rating was about R750,000 rand. And then that would be associated with recurrent training costs of about just under R500,000 rand per annum. So these are the kind of costs involved in crew, and most airlines would love to leave a pilot at home, and it's becoming increasingly feasible. So one could expect a gradual transition to unmanned aircraft. Locally, as I said, there are lots of local services being done by little multi-rotors and so on, all of which also have an impact on air traffic management. Unmanned aircraft are eminently suitable for lots of applications. One that is growing rapidly and which is not quite there yet, but which will be, is urban mobility, the ability to depart from your house and fly to an airport or even to a meeting downtown without having to get stuck in traffic. A lot of big players such as Amazon, Google, and Airbus are playing in this arena, and we can expect to have viable 2 or 3 passenger aircraft flying around the skies within less than a decade. There are privacy concerns around unmanned aircraft. People don't like having cameras floating around over their swimming pool. But these are being managed to some extent. But I would say that the biggest hurdle to unmanned aircraft adoption at the moment is regulatory. On the one hand, there is very tricky liability involved. For example, if a South African airline operates an American-built unmanned aircraft using French autopilot software and funded by a Swiss company registered in Lithuania, flies over Croatia, being controlled by a ground station in Slovenia, where a Japanese guy is at the controls, and something goes wrong. how do you manage the liability? How do you prosecute people? How do you hold them accountable? It could be even worse. You could have a collision between two aircraft with similar distributed interests. So there are some very tricky liability issues. In this country, the industry perceives the licensing process as extremely cumbersome. There has been a movement from ICAO to publish what they call model regulations, which are considerably less onerous, and industry is trying to advocate for an adoption of a slightly more lenient approach. But I think because of these issues, there's tremendous pent-up demand, and it means that unmanned aircraft will become a much greater feature in our airspace. Technologies also certainly play a role. We're all familiar with primary radar, those rotating antennas at the airport and those washing machine screens that go round and round. But there are many other technologies being adopted. Secondary radar has been in use for many years. Passive radar, using signals from cell phone towers and broadcast stations and so on, rather than transmitting signals by itself, is definitely coming into use. The CSIR has working systems that are very promising in this regard. ACAS is a secondary collision avoidance technology that has been used in aviation for many years and is compulsory in most transport category aircraft. And then ADS-B, which transmits the aircraft's GPS position and can be monitored either from the ground or from space, is coming into its own as well. Navigation technologies promise to make us much less dependent on ground-based navigation aids and to offer essentially point-to-point navigation between any 2 points on Earth. The picture on the right is actually a South African-made primary flight display, which enables the pilot to see at a glance what's happening around him or her, both in terms of terrain and in terms of traffic. And airliners have even more sophisticated capabilities. So aircraft can be expected to become more autonomous to some extent, and provided that the air traffic management entity has visibility of what the aircraft are doing, there's a tremendous amount of flexibility in terms of what can be accommodated. There are also communications technologies that are making things much simpler. When we fly north of the South African border, very often air traffic controllers don't know that we're coming, or if they do, they have very limited information. But ubiquitous interconnectivity is improving that situation. Voice over IP promises to make voice services ubiquitous all over the world. And CPDLC, it had to be a typo. CPDLC is a technology where pilots can directly receive clearances from air traffic control on a text-based system and directly input them into the flight management system and into the autopilot, which eliminates some categories of errors and also relieves pilot workload, making it feasible to have much more complex routings and separation strategies. So all of these technologies promise to improve life. The future, several elements that might start happening is remote air traffic service units. Instead of having 4 or 5 controllers employed at a little airport, it's feasible to control that little airport from a central location such as Johannesburg using remote voice links and some sort of situation awareness technology. Augmented reality and virtual reality would greatly contribute to making the controller effective, even though he or she is not in the control tower at the airport being controlled. Automated air traffic management, there are liability issues, but in principle, software can do the job of most air traffic controllers. There are exceptions, but it is possible to automate at least some categories of air traffic management. One would have to make sure that the propensity for mishaps is at least as low as it is with humans, if not lower, but we are moving in that direction. CANSO, which is the International Association of Navigation Service Organizations, it's like ATNS, has stated in a public document on the web that there has been a great reduction in income for most ANSPs, and that income models will have to change after the flu. They also indicate specifically that many navigation service providers will fail, and that it's likely that they will be consolidated. So there's likely to be some expansions beyond South African borders, maybe on a regional basis. It could end up with maybe only 3 or 4 ANSPs in Africa, perhaps one in East Africa, one in West Africa, and one in Southern Africa. So cooperation and flexibility are essential. Staffing challenges exist. We have long lead times to train up senior air traffic controllers. They take upwards of a decade with repeated training to get to the point where they can do things like area control. And they are internationally mobile. And of course, there are air traffic or ANSPs in the Middle East and in Asia and elsewhere that can offer better salaries than we can. And so there is a bit of a trend for senior air traffic controllers to disappear. So all of these are challenges. I think automation will play some role towards alleviating that challenge, but cannot eliminate it completely. I think that concludes what I've said. As I said, unfortunately, my slides duplicate much of what has been said, and I've attempted not to labor the point too much. So we've gained a couple of minutes on the schedule.
Chris, thank you so much. I definitely haven't experienced duplication in your presentation. It was seriously interesting. It's so interesting you're talking about the unmanned aircraft versus drones and unmanned aircraft. I think maybe what should happen is one should actually develop a trust between man and machine before I will get into unmanned aircraft. So I think that's something we all would like to debate quite a lot. But thank you very much for your presentation, and I'm quite sure people are looking forward to engage with you in the questions and answer session. Thank you very much, Chris. That is it. So let's have Charles Shilova again, just to refresh your mind. He's the Group Executive Strategy and Sustainability, Airports Company of South Africa. He's going to talk about AXA responding to COVID-19. Thank you, Charles.
I hope I'm audible this time around.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so I'll do my best to go through this quickly.
Thank you, Charles.
Okay. Yes, I did show this slide. It just gives you a snapshot of what I'll be talking about. So let me just proceed from here. So I think all of you will remember that when we were hit by COVID, we were all running for cover. And at AXA, it was important for us at that point that we need to shift into what we call a planning mode. So we started a process to do what we call scenario planning. And this slide just gives you an appreciation of how that scenario planning was done. On this XY axis, as you can see, on the x-axis, you have airline sustainability, and on the y-axis, so on the x-axis, you have airline sustainability. On the y-axis, you have traffic volume. So what we did is we defined 4 scenarios. The first one being move the cheese, because we thought there might be an opportunity for the South African government to provide support to the airline industry. The second one we defined was the get better soon. The third, cut the cloth, and the last one, new normal. And there's something that you will notice here. Let's forget about move the cheese, because unfortunately, the South African government did not provide any support to the aviation industry. And for that reason, we saw the get better soon as the starting scenario for us. And we thought, well, COVID-19 will probably be a 3 to 6 month affair, and then it will be gone. Unfortunately, that was not the case. And all of you are aware because you have lived through COVID. And then we then move from that scenario clockwise to cut the cloth. And we thought, well, maybe 3 to 6 was too short, maybe a year. We should be back on our feet. And after a year, it was very clear that that was not the case. With new variants coming our way as well, the situation just became more dire. And we immediately moved to the new normal. And when you look at the new normal, and maybe let me zoom just for a few minutes, we say demand does not return. I think that's familiar to all of us. Majority of airlines are liquidated. And that's something we have experienced. Concessionaires go out of business. These are operators on our commercial platform, and most of them have experienced the same, handed back the keys because they just couldn't cope. Bad debt increase, definitely a situation that we have gone through and we are managing, and so on and so forth. So what I'm trying to share with you here is, in hindsight, when we look at the scenario planning that we did, it helped to be a guide for us as we were navigating through the COVID pandemic. So this slide just also provides an indication that this is adapted from McKinsey, and what you'll appreciate when you look at the XY plane, where it says more and then less, closer to zero. It says hardly no one. And the reason is because when COVID hit, there was no one who was spared. The depth and length of traffic demand disruption was pronounced. The extent of business model disruption was pronounced for businesses in the country and the world over. So what we went through, you remember I showed you on the previous slide that the get better soon. We did that at AXA. We said to ourselves, what is it that we can immediately do to sustain our business? And obviously, when we went beyond the period that was predicted, we then immediately moved to cut the cloth. That restructure our company, it's something that we went through. We revised or we reviewed our governance framework and operating model. And when we moved to the new normal, further changes were implemented. And throughout this process, the number of staff had to reduce in total of about 700 by the time we were at the new normal scenario. So what am I saying? We navigated based on what we projected as a company, as the leadership. And as things were changing, we continued to make sure that we go back, make revisions so that at least we are not far off what the market was throwing at us. This slide just gives you an indication of the different scenarios and sensitivities we came up with. Just to give an example, if you look at sensitivity number 1, we said, well, international traffic is going to reduce by 30%, domestic by 12%, non-aeronautical revenue 20%, debtors days will increase up to 60 days. And we said, well, CapEx will stay as is pre-COVID, and so is OpEx. And when you go down from sensitivity 1 to sensitivity 8, you immediately appreciate that there was a change in the percentages. And here we end up, say, with 40% for international traffic. And the data stays at 120. Yes, we did hit that as a business. And when it comes to capex reduction, we indicated that we should reduce our capex to that extent. And I must report that, and you'll see when I proceed with it, the next slides, that capex was reduced substantially, so was OPEX. So all these were done as we were navigating, as we were starting to get into grips with what COVID was throwing at us. And as the executive team, we were constantly at work just to make sure that at least we are not surprised, by demise of our company. So this slide, it just gives an indication of what actually happened when you look at FY 2020-21 period. Passenger numbers declined by 78%, air traffic movements 60%, total revenue by 69%. There was deterioration of credit metrics. There was breach of financial covenants, and I've indicated there, the ranges that are, we need to operate within. And there was heightened liquidity pressures and credit rating downgrade from investment grade to sub-investment grade. Some will call it a double B flat. So after we've done scenario planning, what were the next steps? We then went to look at our strategy. And this slide, it just gives you an indication of what we consider to be our value proposition. We say we connect people to people, people to places, people to dreams, and people to opportunities, just to lay the foundation before I talk about strategically what changes we made as a company. And this slide, it captures the three strategic pillars. We say we run airports, develop airports, and grow footprint. So we had to quickly make some revisions. And we said to ourselves, if you look at timeframe 1, that our focus will just be on, I think these slides are on timing or something like that, apologies. We just said to ourselves, we're just going to focus on defending our core business, and we'll spend minimal capex. And then secondly, we said to ourselves, and that period, we defined it as 2020 up to 2025. And we said all capacity projects are not going to be looked at as we navigate the COVID pandemic. And then we defined the second time frame, which we call develop airports, where we said, well, we'll start to look at which emerging businesses we're going to build to ensure our long-term sustainability. And we started thinking about which partnerships will be helpful to us in being able to achieve that objective. And then the last, and that period, we define it as 2026 to 2030. And then the last time frame, which we call beyond 2020, it captures our growth footprint pillar, where we're saying that AXA will be operated as a completely different business as we know it today. And we are expecting ourselves to experience pronounced growth. Our vision, just as a reminder, I know most of you are aware of this, is to be the most sought after partner in the world for the provision of sustainable airport management solutions by 2030. It used to be 2025, but with COVID and in this revision, it was important for us that we make sure that we are more realistic as to what's achievable business priorities, people and culture, governance, operational efficiency, and digitization. And when you look on the right, those are the things that we have started embarking on in the middle of COVID, and we are continuing because we believe that they are relevant for our business going to the future. I'm not going to go through this slide. It's in the pack just for your consumption, but essentially it captures the 3 time frames. And something to take out of this is we see running airports as our core business, which must be done efficiently, optimally, and innovatively. The other two pillars, develop airports and grow footprint. We continue to make sure that there's focus on those so that we are sustainable beyond 2026 and beyond 2030. Something else that we did as a business was, as I indicated, to review the operating model. You are aware we have a network of 9 airports. We have come up with a regionalization strategy. That means that we have clustered our airports. I think there's a timer somewhere. Apologies for that. So OR Tambo is coupled with Bramfisher or Bloemfontein. You have Region 2, Cape Town, George, Kimberley, Uppington, and then Region 3, King Shaka, Chief David Stearman, and King Palu. And then the support, the business support, and also the business strategy and growth. So our core business is currently structured into these 3 regions, regions 1, 2, and 3. We then proceeded to look at new strategies that will help us recover post-COVID. And we've classified this into 3 categories: non-aeronautical, aeronautical, and non-core. And as you can see, the commercial strategy, ground handling strategy, jet fuel, cargo, global strategy. That global strategy is where we look at traffic development, something that we do as AXA in partnership with the likes of West Grudube Trade Port, and we've been an integral part of Gauteng Air Access, which was talked about much earlier. But we remain hopeful that we should be able to get that structure working to give us what we are looking for. Passenger mobilization is to connect the airport to the townships. We call it a GASI strategy. And then non-core revenue is Aerotropolis, Airport City, and then the growth enablers, we have them as the partnership strategy, training academy, innovation strategy, and operations efficiency. And all this work we were able to do during the COVID pandemic. And as we speak, some of these strategies are in the process of being implemented. The science of financial recovery. This just gives you a sense of where we were 2018, 2019 versus 2019, 2020. We were a company that was generating 7.12 billion, EBITDA of 2.6 billion, and profit of 1.2 billion. And that year this was an improvement from the previous year where we had only generated 200 million. Then COVID hit. Look at how our revenue declined from 7.1 to 2.2 billion. That's like 69.8% decrease. EBITDA to 1.8 billion, negative 1.8 billion. And then we made a loss of 2.6 billion. I don't have the slide for this current year or this previous year that we've just concluded, but the numbers as we're preparing the financials for publications on the 15th of September is definitely a much more improved version of what you see here, with the loss having decreased by roughly over $1 billion or so. So there are definitely green shoots as we move into the future. So now I'm just going to make some concluding statements. But I think what's important here is just for you to note that as a company, after we've gone through scenario planning, we've reviewed our strategy, it was all made possible because some decisions, hard decisions had to be made to make sure that we remain sustainable as a business. Some of which are, we had to go to market to raise debt, about 2.5 billion in short-term facilities. And when you look at long-term debt that we raised, I'll say between 3.2 billion and 4.5 billion, just to make sure that we stay afloat. We started to look at assets which we considered non-core, our investments in international airports in India, which we disposed. Guarulhos International Airport, we started a process on that so as to improve our liquidity. We reduced CapEx. As you can see, the numbers are staggering, from 37 billion to 5 billion. Essentially, what we are saying is over a 5-year period, which therefore meant that in 2020, we started having CapEx of only 1 billion and specific focus areas being refurbishments, rehabilitation, statutory compliance, efficiency, and some commercial projects with hope of giving us immediate cash benefit. Reduction in operating expenditure, OPEX, by as much as 1.2 billion. We lost staff like everybody else to the extent of about 700 staff. And as the industry is recovering, we are working hard to make sure that responsibly we build back that capacity to ensure that our sustainability is not compromised. And then lastly, but not least, there's a program that we started during COVID as people were taking early retirements and voluntary severance packages. We started doing what we call staff optimization. So I, for one, I had 2 executive roles that I was taking care of at the point, and it was so across the organization where individuals had to take up more responsibilities as we were, we were losing more of some of our colleagues to voluntary VSPs and ERs, as we call them, and secondments. And this is really how we were able to plug the gaps on an interim basis and wait in hope that something better will happen post-COVID. So I have come to the end, and I just want to thank you for listening to this. But my parting shot is this one, that in this process, we took what we learned from textbooks, we put those into practice. And clearly there is value in doing scenario planning, following through, making the adjustments, so that nothing is a surprise for the leadership of an organization. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Charles. We've all grown up with that airport, and we've grown to and learned to love that airport, and we're really looking forward to see, the beautiful work you guys can do in future there. It's such a challenge. We understand you're talking about the debtor days that increased, and less capex. It must be a big challenge to do what you're doing. So great seeing long-term sustainability and taking care of your partners in future. Really appreciate what you're doing. I think there might be a few questions for you in the panel discussion. So, ladies and gents, what we're going to do now is we're going to get our panelists who are still available to kindly unmute themselves and switch on the cameras, those who have cameras working, so that they can bring them into the panel. And then we will give you opportunity to ask some questions. And the way we're going to do it is you can raise your hand. At the bottom of the screen, there's either more or reactions, and you can select the raise hand function. Or what you also can do is you can unmute yourself, and I can see who's unmuted, and then once you've been recognized, then you know, you can ask your questions. So let me quickly bring everybody into the panel, all the panelists. Just bear with me for a moment. Charles, did you want to say something?
I only have 10 minutes. There's a meeting that I cannot defer, starting at 1. So I'll only sit in just for the next 10 minutes before I log off.
Thank you, Charles. Noted. Right, so the panelists, those of you who can, please switch on your camera as well. And unmute yourself. Then I can pick you up on the list. Might be starting to get something. Thank you, guys. So George, I see George Mutema is online, but his camera is not on, so we're taking cognizance of that. Chris Berger, you online still? Thank you for that. It seems to me, Chris, your camera is not working. We've got cameras on Aaron, Trevor, and Charles. All right, ladies and gents, Simon, you can ask questions to our panelists. We can't see Chris or George, but they are online, so they can also participate. And you can raise your hand, or you can unmute yourself, and then I will recognize you. You can ask a question. You see, Chris is saying he hasn't got a camera, but he'll find a picture of himself on Amazon. Trevor, your hand's up. Maybe you want to make a
Yes,
comment.
it is. Question to Charles. I know you made reference earlier to Gauteng air access. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit on that for us, please, Harry?
Thank you, Charles. You want to comment on that one? While Charles is writing and thinking, I can mention that Westgrow, their Cape Air Access, is going to host a transport forum on the 29th of September in Cape Town. So those of you who want to attend that, it will be a physical event in Cape Town. Charles, thank you. You can respond.
Yeah. So we started a process to establish the Gauteng Air Access about 3-4 years ago. And at that time, it was led by the Gauteng provincial government. And we had the municipality involved as well. Somebody's making noise, you know, the joys of working from home. So we had Ekurhuleni also participating in the structure. So our intention was to have it structured the same way as we have the Cape Town Air Access, where the province takes a leading position. But for some reason, the province fell by the wayside. So there was a lull for over a year, 2 years, and then they came back and they said, well, this time we'll make it work. They brought in GGDA, tourism, and we started working with those. And halfway through the process, that structure seemed to, you know, to have lost its momentum because we, you know, that commitment from GGDA and the tourism agency seem to have waned. So our decision now as AXA is we are going to just move forward, irrespective of whether we have the province involved in this process. We quite comfortable that we still have Ekurhuleni. They have been supportive, but obviously where we are looking for a situation where all the parties involved can commit to providing some financial support for a structure like this to be a success. In fact, in Gauteng Air Access, we send an invitation to yourselves. I'm not sure if Lanseria, because we felt that it is not an AXA structure, it's not a Gauteng provincial government structure or the municipality. It has to be inclusive because growth, when it comes, it benefits all of us. Whether it comes through AXA, it comes through Lanseria, it benefits the province as a whole. So you'll see going forward, that structure will be more inclusive, and AXA is most likely going to lead from the front. Thank you.
Thanks, Harry. Sorry, Charles, just a comment from my side. We never received any invitation, so you've got my details, I'm sure.
Sure.
If you don't mind just, maybe just popping us a mail and advising us, if there's another meeting or something, or, maybe between us and yourselves, we'll set up a chat.
Correct. So I will do that. I'll make sure that, next meeting, what we'll do as a last round, we will make sure that we call on the province, and to the extent that they are not responsive, we want them to put it in writing so that as we proceed, we don't have any political backlash, so to speak.
Awesome. Look forward to it, Charles. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I see George Matema, your hand is up.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I fully support what Charles is putting on the table, because quite honestly speaking, I think for the last 2 to 3 years, much hasn't been coming forth with the air access in Gauteng. We always talk about obviously replicating the Westgro model. Westgro was very fortunate, I think, at the start where you had the South African tourism on board at the time and having funded, to a greater extent with other private investors funded Westgro for its own establishment. So I think a structure of that nature is quite key for Gauteng as a whole, because sooner or later, we do understand, Charles, from your side, the airport in Cape Town still remains your airport in any case, but we wouldn't want Gauteng to lose its hub, position. And in that way, where there's a structure that we can create and bring our membership in terms of raising funding, and you need private sector, because if we've had delays that comes from Gauteng for such a long period of time, I've been invited into 3 or 4 meetings that have completely not even taken place, postponed, which is obviously run by Gauteng, tourism agency as well as the province. But I think as an industry, we need not purely depend on the province itself, because it's in the interest of our members, it's in the interest of the industry as a whole. And in my view, Charles, I think we're more than happy as BASA to be invited so we can share some of this information in terms of the structure that would work, in terms of what needs to be put out there, in terms of going out, raising capital, and so on and so on. So I just needed to make that comment that something needs to happen. We can't keep on waiting 3 to 4 years. We've lost a lot of time in terms of implementing what we needed to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, George. Very important. Before I ask our panelists for closing remarks of every one of them, let's give the delegates last opportunity to ask question or raise a hand. Seems to me they're all stumped with your presentations. Let's give them a minute to.
Harry, if you want me to, I could address a question you asked during my presentation.
Thank you, Chris. The unmanned aircraft.
Yes, indeed. There's definitely always a degree of reluctance in accepting that one will travel in unmanned aircraft at some point. But it is a fact that the crew of a large airliner has decreased from 7 to 6 to 5 to 4 to 3 to 2 over the last 70 years or so. And it's been a linear decrease. So I think one has to accept that the next stop will be one pilot, and the next stop after that will be no pilot on board. When I was a young boy in the 1960s, I used to go downtown for shopping on a Saturday morning, and we would get into a lift in the building in the shops, and there would be a driver on board. I haven't seen a lift driver in a while, and yet people accept it willingly. I might also mention that if you had loaded passengers onto an aircraft in the 1970s, and the voice coming over the intercom was a female voice, most of the passengers would have disembarked immediately. So passenger acceptance changes, and as the technologies become more mature, I think the market will eventually accept it, because there will be a substantial price advantage.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, and we grow to trust the technology more and more as we go along. So no, thanks, Chris. That's an interesting one. Appreciate that. All right, I know Charles got a time constraint. Let's start with closing remarks from the panelists, and we start with Charles then. Charles, thank you for closing remarks.
I think for me, this was my maiden participation at this event, and I must say that it's been really informative. There's a lot that I've learned, a lot I didn't know. So I'm grateful for that, and I'm looking forward to participating in this in the future, and hopefully not virtually, in person, so that the interaction can be much more pronounced than it has been. But I think for this purpose, this has worked excellently well. Maybe just to comment just briefly on what Chris has said. Recently, and this is at a personal level, I've just been fascinated by data science, data analytics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. So what Chris has just said, it's something that will happen in the near future. It's not going to take 5 years or 10 years. In my view, we have edged much closer to seeing these drones being used for purposes that we never thought were possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Much appreciated. Thanks for spending some time with us. We look forward to seeing you again at the Transport Forum.
Thank you. May I be excused?
Yes, you may be excused. Thank you.
But there's still 4 minutes. Let me wait for my fellow panelists, and then I'll leave exactly at 1.
Thank you, Charles. Trevor.
Yeah, no, thanks, Harry, and thanks for the opportunity for allowing us this platform. It's always good to interact with industry and even other members of other industries. Aviation, I think, is always a very fascinating concept, and it's always good to also hear from people like Chris and Roger and Charles, obviously, and his team. As you saw in my presentation, and hence my question to Charles early on, is that one thing that's seriously lacking, I put it down as South African Inc., is this collaboration, and I use the Westkro or the Cape Town Air Access as an example. And I'm glad to hear that Charles has been working hard in the background, sadly through no fault of his own, I'm sure. But we would like to be part of that and support that. And I'm also glad to hear that there's other members on the panel that's also supportive of that, because I think at the end of the day, competition is healthy, and it drives people to be more innovative and come up with new and progressive ideas. And we can learn from AXA, and AXA can probably learn a little bit from us. And yeah, collectively, as Charles put it, this is Gauteng. And I know that Charles, with respect to you, referenced Ekurhuleni, but if we talk about Gauteng air access, then we need to include Tshwane and Mogale City and City of Joburg and Ekurhuleni, and they all need to come to the party. Otherwise, we can't call it Gauteng air access. So I think that, if we get more applied minds around the table, we can really drive something very, very good going forward. And that collaborative approach, I think, will be beneficial, not to the airports. We're not talking about Axa or Tambo or Lanseria, but I think to Gauteng as a region, and also to the economic upliftment of the independent regions in Gauteng. Then, the likes of Ekurhuleni and Mogale and so on will get the spin-offs from a Gauteng province. Thanks, Harry.
Thank you, Trevor. Wise words. Thank you for this collaboration. Appreciate it. Aaron.
Thank you, Harry, and thank you to my fellow panelists for enlightening me. I've learned a lot listening to them. Now I know for a fact that there is a cost to doing nothing. Thank you, Charles. I think what's even more important for me is to probably say, my presentation, I spoke about cooperation and collaboration. But I think it's more important to say there's a missing element to cooperation and collaboration. And that missing element connects all of us, everybody who was on this call, including my fellow panelists. And that missing element is commitment. When we make decisions and when we say we have a plan, what we need to do is to make sure that there's commitment for us to be able to see through whatever we need to be doing. We need to be able to say we have made a commitment, and that commitment sees us with, number one, deliverables that need to be delivered and measurables. I'll end by saying, Charles, Trevor, George, it was said by Martin Luther King that we have to learn to live together as brothers and sisters, or we will die alone as fools. Everything that we do, collaboration, cooperation, commitment, has to lead to us learning to live and work together. Otherwise, on our own, we are going to continue to find challenges, and those challenges are going to be even more debilitating. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Wise words there. And yes, the commitment should be there. And I'm encouraged and humbled to see the collaboration and the planning you guys are doing in this industry. So thank you very much for spending some time with us. We really appreciate it. Let's have George, and after George, Chris. George.
Thank you, Harry. And similar to my colleagues, I mean, this was a great platform. I think it says quite a lot about a lot of collaboration that needs to be done, as Aaron is saying that, which I fully embrace. I've raised a key issue, which I think going forward, and that's part of us, representing business to contribute towards our economy. That really the issue that's been addressed and raised by the president himself, which is the issue of skill deficit that we find in government. And one of the key issues that business is doing through the likes of whether Network or Business Unity South Africa or the Black Business Management or Black Business Forum, is really an engagement with the president where proposals and solutions are put on the table, on a round table, not talking to each other through conferences, through forums, through the media, but really putting real value type proposals on the table, which the president would then have to use mechanisms such as Operation Vulindlela to do some interventions. My take is very simple, that I think why wait to overburden the presidency and treasury in resolving some of the key issues that we could address at industry level. And an appeal for me as part of the recommendation, an appeal that says, let's replicate what's done up there in our own industries, coming together as different associations, put out proposals. One of the things that business would put before the president is even solutions as to, funding for those particular solutions to be implemented, because we can't leave everything to government. It's a very complex, a structure as a whole with limited, taxes that they collect. We need to be part of that process. And in my view, and my plea would be, somehow we need to get into our own department, support the minister who's driving that department, put up proposals that will enable, whether it be from the freight guys, from the aviation guys, from everybody else. Now, put up proposals that would suggest that these are the ways in terms of which you can capacitate the department and close the gaps, because there's a lot of people with skills who are either sitting and some are leaving the country, by the way, who are sitting in the industry. Before we can start losing people because of all these complexities that we find within the regulatory framework, that people are getting more and more frustrated. So my take is that if we could reach out to our own department, come up as different association, put up a proposal on the table of interventions, even before you have the president intervening, our own intervention as a department, because if we don't support the department, we won't succeed. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, George. Wise words there. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. Really appreciate that. Chris.
Thanks, Harry. It's been very interesting to hear various perspectives, including some that speak of people having been around the track a couple of times. I certainly enjoyed it, and I certainly hope that the perspective that I bring has been useful. And I'd like to extend an invitation both to industry and, to industry, government, and academia to talk if you think that we have something beneficial to share. The CSIR has the mandate to improve the quality of life of all South Africans, and I think the transport industry plays a tremendous role in that regard, and I'd certainly like to participate. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chris. I know that you've been around the track also many times, and you're still in the track. So thank you very much. I know you're a pilot and instructor and everything. I really appreciate you sharing your knowledge with us. Thank you so much. Should people struggle with contact details, you're welcome to email me. You all know my email address, and then I'll connect you with the relevant people if need be. And yeah, so let's give our panelists a big hand for what they've done. Oh, Gina, sorry, Gina Del Valle. I see now your hand is up. My apologies. Gina, you want to ask a question?
Yes, no, Harry, it's not a question. I just would like to thank you and also the panelists that you have every week. We are just blessed to have excellence. So I represent Freight Logistics South Africa, which is the platform for Black businesses within the clearing and forwarding space. We know that the industry is highly monopolized. It's highly capital intensive, and it's monopolized by the German multinationals. You know them all. So we'd like to just say thank you to George and Harry. As George had mentioned, that we need to support the Ministry of Transport. We need to support the minister, and we need to get proposals to them, because he's got transport is the heartbeat of this economy. And so shipping and many others, shipping being the biggest globally in terms of getting our minerals out of the country. And let us assist George with the skills and the distinguished panels that we have here, our speakers, to put proposals together, because our country is really on its knees. And so your platform, the Transport Forum, has wonderful, brilliant leaders. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you, Gina, for kind words. All the best to you too. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our panelists a big hand. And I also would like to just quickly share our sponsors again. Thanks to our sponsors for making this Transport Forum possible, and our alliances, our alliance partners, and our media partners. I really appreciate that. Prof. Roseberg asked me to close the session, but she's still online. So all our thanks go out to University of Johannesburg, Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management, for hosting us today. We really appreciate that. All of you will receive an email requesting some feedback. It's very important, the feedback we need from you guys, please. And also you will be prompted to indicate whether you want to be listed in our business directory. So attention to the West Crow event, Cape Town Air Access, the 29th of September in Cape Town. Also, ladies and gents, we started streaming emails last night for the Transport Forum Month of Transport Celebrations, also hosted by University of Johannesburg on the 6th of October. It's a hybrid event, but the focus is very much actually on physical event, and it will be at Cedar Woods of Sandton in Woodmead. It's going to be a great event with lots of exhibitions and so on, obviously, some refreshments and many prizes to be won. So please book yourself for that event. We can only accommodate 100 delegates, so this is restricted space. So make sure that you book yourself. So ladies and gents, thank you very much for attending. Thank you to all our panelists, our sponsors, media partners and associates. And we see you soon again. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Harry. Thanks, everyone. Cheers. Bye.
And
Thank you, Harry.